واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Faisal, for that awesome recitation. The next agenda is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. To the conductor, Ibu Aulia Rahmawati MPD, the stage is yours. With all respect, ladies and gentlemen, please stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. Thank you very much. Our next program is remarks from the organizing committee.
To Bapak Haji Burhanuddin Saifullah, MED PhD, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Honorable Director of Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, Bapak Dr. Haji Wahidul Anam MAG, and the Vice Rectors, the Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Tarbiyah Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, Ibu Profesor Dr. Hajah Munifah MPD, and the Vice Dean, respected keynote speakers, distinguished guests, presenters, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you all to the second International Conference on Education hosted by the Faculty of Tarbiyah Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri. It is such an honor for us to welcome you all, the participants, the presenters from various parts of Indonesia, as the representative of students, lecturers, and researchers. This year's theme, Education in the Digitalized Era, Navigating Trends and Innovation for Future Education, has attracted 93 presenters in parallel sessions, with 47 presenters presenting their papers on site and 46 presenters presenting their papers online. In addition, 90 people come on site in this occasion as the participant of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our distinguished keynote speakers from Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Melbourne University, Australia, Sinop University, Turkey, and National Textile University, Pakistan. We will hear from these distinguished speakers who are the forefront of the educational technology and policy, and I believe that we will inspire from their insights, their experiences, and also their knowledge related to the educational technology and also policy. So I believe that we will be inspired to be critical on how we adapt our teaching technology and also curricula to prepare better students for the future. Finally, I would like to thank the Director of Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, the Dean of the Faculty of Tarbiyah Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, all the committee, and also all the parties who help us to make this conference be possible. I would also like to thank to all presenters who are willing to present and also share their research, their ideas in this conference, and to all participants for their keen and active participation in this conference. I hope that you have an enjoyable conference today in IAIN Kediri and also virtually from various parts of Indonesia. I hope that you live with a font of memories of the conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Bapak Haji Burhanuddin Saifullah MED PhD for your insights as the Chief of the Organizing Committee. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a welcoming speech from the Vice Dean of Tarbiyah Faculty of Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Fathur Rasid MPD to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Amma ba'du. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education, Professor Dr. Hajjah Munifa MPD, all Vice Deans, Rector of IAIN Kediri and Vice Rector of IAIN Kediri, all speakers in this conference, and all audience, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your participants in this international conference. For you to know that this international conference is held annually, and this is the second international conference. And next year, we will also have the international conference. The main objective of this international conference is, first of all, we would like to have a cooperation among educators worldwide, not only in Indonesia, but also every educator in the world. Yeah. This cooperation is very important so that we can share our knowledge, our experiences among educators worldwide. The second objective is that educators, Faculty of Education of IAIN Tarbiyah would like to contribute to the advancements of education in general and education in Indonesia. Yeah. This is very important because if we would like to harvest something, and what we need to plant, okay? If we need to harvest in 5 years, we need to have some investment in education. The future of the country depends very much on how education is managed. Yeah. That's why in this coming year, we expect very much that we have qualified a good Minister of Education. The next objective of this international conference is that, you know, now we are in digitalized era as the topic of the conference today. Yeah. This is very important because we need to change our paradigm in education. Yeah. Education 15 years ago or 20 years ago should be different from the education today. The paradigm should be shift from old paradigm to new paradigm, especially in integrating the technology, because now we have the AI, we have Gemini, and so on and so on. So we cannot avoid this sophisticated technology in education, and this is our objective, to find out solution, innovation, strategies to implement those technologies in education. Ladies and gentlemen, your participation, educators, teachers, educationists, as well as students, are also very important to get involved, to contribute to the advancements of education here. We need your contribution very much, your significant ideas on how to contribute by integrating technology in education. Education is general term. Okay, how to integrate those technology in language teaching, how to integrate those technology in Islamic studies, for example, and how to integrate technologies in mathematics, in exact science, and other study programs over here. Okay. So this is an open space for everybody to talk, to discuss, and I hope, from the dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah IAIN Kediri, we hope that we have some ideas, some possible ideas to be implemented, how to to have the innovation and strategies in implementing education, so that our education will be better in the future. That's why I need your involvement, your criticism, your participation, and other ideas that we need to have for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why, as I told you, this is annual conference. We will also have this one like this in next year. Welcome, Pak Rektor, to this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all what I can say from the Dean of Faculty of Education, and we expect that the Rector of IAIN Kediri will give us welcoming speech for this international conference. Thank you very much. Have a nice international conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Profesor Dr. Fathur Rashid, MPD.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a welcoming speech from the Rector of Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Dr. Haji Wahidul Anam, MAG, to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Assalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa hadirin amma ba'du. Yang kami hormati para narasumber yang hadir pada yang hari ini, baik dari IAIN Kediri maupun dari luar IAIN Kediri, Dekan dan Wakil Dekan Fakultas Tarbiyah, seluruh peserta yang hadir pada hari ini, baik dari internal kampus, para mahasiswa maupun dari luar kampus. Alhamdulillah hari ini kita bisa melaksanakan kegiatan yang sangat penting sekali di dalam merespon perkembangan dunia pendidikan hari ini, dengan tema Education in the Digitalized Era. Kalau boleh saya terjemahkan secara bebas, pendidikan di dalam era digital. Yang ini semua kita menghadapi dengan penuh kekagetan pasca pandemi 2020-2021 yang sebelumnya tidak terpikirkan sama sekali oleh kita. Bapak Ibu yang sangat saya hormati, sebelum era COVID 2019, kita tidak pernah mengenal namanya Zoom meeting. Kita tidak pernah mengenal Google Meet. Tidak pernah mengenal AI, Artificial Intelligence, dan lain sebagainya. TikTok ini dulu sesuatu yang asing bagi kita. Facebook ini mungkin bagi sebagian dosen ini masih hal yang asing. Bahkan beberapa dosen ini belum punya Facebook ini. Pak Burhan ini saya juga belum berteman di Facebook. Punya Facebook Pak Burhan ya? TikTok punya apa enggak? Oh enggak punya. Pak Burhan aja yang alumni luar negeri ini belum enggak punya TikTok. Anak Bu Munifah ini punya apa enggak Bu di Facebook? Kayaknya punya Bu ya. TikTok kayaknya enggak punya TikTok ya. Saya jelek-jelek ini ya punya TikTok ya punya. Gitu kan. Ini menunjukkan bahwa dunia digital ini merupakan dunia yang mau tidak mau harus kita hadapi. Saya termasuk orang yang beruntung hidup dalam beberapa dunia. Dulu waktu saya kecil, orang belajar itu pakai buku ini Budi, ini Bapak Budi, Ibu Budi, Bapak Budi, gitu kan. Sekarang anak-anak kita tidak mengenal dunia seperti itu. Mahasiswa kita, ini yang sekarang sedang kuliah, yang lahir tahun 2004, 2005, juga tidak mengenal namanya televisi. Mereka walaupun punya televisi kan nggak pernah lihat itu. Tidak mengenal ini Budi, ini Bapak Budi, tetapi mereka langsung loncat pada yang namanya TikTok, Instagram, dan lain sebagainya. Maka ini tantangan bagi kita semuanya. Mahasiswa kita, Bapak Ibu sekalian, mahasiswa kita yang hari ini kita hadapi, kalau suruh buat makalah, itu mungkin 10 menit selesai pakai AI. Tulisannya bagus-bagus itu ya, itu mesti pakai AI. Dan saya yakin mereka bisa semuanya. Orang yang nggak bisa bahasa Inggris, hari ini tahu-tahu bisa bahasa Inggris dengan baik. Pakai Google Translate. Demikian juga orang yang bisa bahasa Arab, tahu-tahu mereka bisa menarasikan sesuatu dalam bentuk bahasa Arab dengan berbagai macam media yang ada. Dan ini adalah tantangan bagi kita bagaimana menghadapi situasi yang tidak pernah terpikirkan oleh kita semuanya, terutama kita bagi para guru yang mungkin pada waktu kuliah belum mengenal hal itu semuanya. Mahasiswa kita ini sekarang tidak mau Pak Bu ke perpustakaan, tidak mau. Saya lihat ke Pak Komarudin itu ya, Pak berapa sekarang mahasiswa yang perpustakaan? Menurun jauh, menurun drastis. Mereka lebih suka membaca buku, membaca pengetahuan dari internet, dari Facebook, dari Google, dan dari platform media sosial yang lain. Ini kenyataannya seperti itu. Saya yakin Bapak Ibu sekalian, mahasiswa ini, tidak mungkin dalam waktu 5 menit tidak pegang HP. Itu pasti. Karena saja itu semua pegang HP itu. Itu fakta sosial yang kita hadapi. 5 menit saja tidak pegang HP, itu mesti tangannya itu apa itu? Keder ya. Mana saya itu tidak pegang HP 1 menit saja itu marah-marah. 1 menit pegang HP, bangun tidur pegang HP, mau tidur pegang HP. Itu saya datang itu pegang HP, salaman sebentar lalu pegang HP lagi kan begitu. Itu tradisi yang berkembang di anak didik kita. Dan ini tantangan bagi dunia pendidikan yang saya kira gaya mengajar kita sebagai guru, sebagai dosen, sebagai calon guru ini harus kita sesuaikan dengan kebutuhan anak-anak kita. Tidak tahu nanti bagaimana, apakah tetap menggunakan gaya yang lama atau sudah berubah dengan gaya yang baru, dan ini butuh strategi yang baru juga. Maka saya berharap seminar internasional ini bisa menjawab tantangan-tantangan di dalam dunia pendidikan di era digital. Semua orang sekarang punya kesempatan yang sama mengakses dunia pendidikan, mengakses informasi. Siapapun, kapanpun, dimanapun. Ya, dulu mungkin waktu saya masih kuliah, hanya orang yang punya akses saja yang bisa sekolah. Yang punya televisi itu hanya orang yang kaya, hanya orang yang tanahnya luas. Sekarang orang yang melihat televisi adalah orang yang ketinggalan tentang teknologi informasi. Kebalik Bapak Ibu sekalian. Semua orang sudah punya HP, semua orang bisa mengakses informasi dalam dunia digital, tidak ada batas waktu, tidak ada batas daerah, pokoknya ada sinyal di situ, maka semua orang bisa belajar. Saya berharap seminar hari ini bisa memberikan solusi bagaimana seharusnya kita menghadapi dunia digital di dalam proses pendidikan. Oleh karena itu, dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, seminar internasional dengan tema Education in the Digitalized Era, saya nyatakan dibuka dan dimulai. Terima kasih, kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wallahu muwaffiq ila thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Haji Wahidul Anam MAG, for your warm welcome.
Now we will move to the closing prayer, which will be led by Bapak Dr. Haji Iskandar Sani MAG. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad wa sallim wa radhiyallahu ta'ala an kulli sahabati Rasulillah ajmain walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma ighfir lana wa li walidina warhamhuma kama rabbayana shighara. Allahumma anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa 'allimna ma yanfa'una warzuqna ilman yanfa'una. Allahumma arzuqna fahma nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhama malaikatikal muqarrabin. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi' lana min amrina rasyada. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilna jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun 'alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Haji Iskandar Sani MAG.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the core event, the International Hybrid Conference on Education 2024, with the theme, Education in the Digitalized Era, Navigating Trends and Innovations for Future Education.
We are honored to have the following speakers.
First, Profesor Dr. Hajah Munifah MPD from Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, Indonesia.
Second, Dr. Khairul Azhar Jamaluddin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Third, Associate Professor Thomas Cochrane from University of Melbourne, Australia.
Fourth, Dr. Henry Prahardiono SSI MPD from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia.
The fifth, Associate Professor Gul Erkal Bayram from Zainab University, Turkey.
And the last is Dr. Muhammad Yasin from National Textile University, Faisalab, Pakistan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this session then will be moderated by Ibu Maziatul Muslimah MPDI, a lecturer in the Arabic department at the Faculty of Tarbiyah.
As your Master of Ceremony, we sincerely apologize for any mistakes made during this event.
Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good day and Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now we invite all university leaders and invited speakers to the stage for a photo session. To the Rector of Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, Bapak Dr. Haji Wahidul Anam MAG, and the Vice Deans, the Dean of Tarbiyah Faculty, thank you very much for joining the photo sessions and welcome to the International Conference on Education 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let us welcome Ibu Maziatul Muslimah MPDI as the moderator of today's event. Let's give applause.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin alladzi anzala sakinata fi qulubil mu'minin liyazdadu imanan ma'a imanihim. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Honorable Rector, Dean, Vice Deans, lecturers, all invited speakers, and also the presenters, audiences, I say good morning to all of you and welcome to the plenary session of the Second International Conference on Education, ICOE 2024, which is hosted by the Faculty of Tarbiyah, IAIN Kediri. Okay. So the theme of this conference this year is Education in the Digitalized Era, Navigating Trends and Innovations for Future Educations. And we are honored to have 6 esteemed speakers today who will share their expertise on various topics related to education and the digitalized era. And as mentioned by the Master of Ceremony, our first speaker is our Dean, Professor Dr. Hajah Munifah MPD. So before I invite her to the stage, I would like to share you the profile of her. So she is a professor at the Faculty of Tarbiyah IAIN Kediri, Indonesia, with a focus on Islamic educational management. He holds degrees from IAIN Sunan Ampel, Universitas Negeri Malang, including a PhD from UIN Maliki Malang. Okay, so Professor Munifah has held key leadership positions as well, such as Dean of the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Vice Rector of IAIN Kediri, and is active in community organizations like the Indonesian Ulama Council, MUI. Her research, published in Scopus Index journals, focuses on educational management, Islamic leadership, and the integration of technology in enhancing educational systems. Today, she would like to present on digital transformation in madrasah leadership, sustainable strategies for the future. So please welcome Professor Dr. Hajah Munifah, MPD. Okay, Ibu Munifah, oh my God, it is an honor for me to have this session with her because
Muhammad
her as
Zidan
a
Azuki.
wonderful leader a woman leader, and now also as a professor, an academic who has the expertise in her field. So good morning, Ibu Munifa. Alhamdulillah, nice to see you here. So yeah, without any further ado, I will give you 20 minutes for the presentation, and the rest of 15 minutes is for question and answer session. Please, Ibu Munifa.
Terima kasih, Mbak Zia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to the not speaker of conference, Dr. Khairul Azhar Jamaluddin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Associate Professor Thomas Cochrane from University Melbourne, Australia, Dr. Henry Prahardiono from Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Muhammad Yasin from National Textile and University of Faisalabad, Pakistan, Associate Professor Ko Irkan Bayram from Sinop University, Turkey, and presenter and participant of this conference, dear ladies and gentlemen. Hari ini saya mau menyampaikan tentang Madrasah Sustainability in the Digital Era in the frame of situational leadership and religious values. Ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya sampaikan di sini berkaitan dengan madrasah, Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi digital era, almost all effective is to digital. Karakteristik dari era digital banyak sekali sudah kita temukan di beberapa kasus maupun di beberapa fenomena yang ada di Indonesia. Mulai dari adanya transformation of information and communication technology, the shift from analog to digital system, easy and fast access to information, process automation, increased global connectivity, big data, and artificial intelligence. Karakteristik dari era digital ini tentunya harus kita respon dengan baik gitu ya, terutama oleh madrasah. Kenapa saya meneliti atau membahas tentang madrasah? Karena faktanya school in the United States have been using learning management system. Jadi sejak tahun 2002, penelitian tahun 2020 di Amerika itu semua proses pendidikan sudah menggunakan LMS. Kemudian in 2022, 1365573, Indonesian use the independent teaching platform Merdeka Belajar. Jadi pada tahun 2022 sudah banyak di Indonesia itu ada 13.600.000 lebih pengguna platform Merdeka Mengajar dan lebih dari 1.351 pendidik telah mengaksesnya. Namun di sisi lain, pada tahun 2019 lebih dari more than 80% of MI were accredited with a list B. Jadi dari tahun 2019 keberadaan madrasah di Indonesia rata-rata itu hanya yang terakreditasi minimal B, berarti akreditasi A dan akreditasi B itu untuk MI hanya 80%, untuk MTS hanya 79,5%, dan madrasah aliyah mencapai 73,3%. Terus bagaimana yang 20% lebih sisanya ini? Berarti kan ini terakreditasi C dan mungkin tidak terakreditasi sama sekali. Artinya fenomena ini bagaimana lembaga-lembaga ini bisa sustainable, bisa berlanjut ketika kondisinya seperti ini. Kemudian pada tahun 2022-2023 saya ambil dari data BPJS, 90% lebih itu madrasah itu adalah private, swasta. Artinya berarti kemampuan untuk sustainable, kemampuan untuk berkelanjutan ini sangat bergantung kepada pemilik owner atau pemilik atau pengasuh atau pendiri dari madrasah-madrasah tersebut. Nah, bagaimana mereka bisa sustainable di era digital seperti sekarang ini dengan kondisi yang akreditasinya masih kurang bagus, kemudian posisinya adalah bukan sebagai lembaga sekolah negeri, di mana kita tahu bahwa sekolah swasta tentunya kemampuan ekonomi, kemampuan anggaran, kemampuan fasilitas, dan mungkin juga kemampuan SDM masih sangat terbatas. Ada 3 teori, ya, institutional sustainability itu bagaimana caranya? Satu, dari teori yang pertama, institution have superior resources in society. Artinya seseorang atau lembaga itu bisa berlanjut, bisa berkembang, bisa bersustainable manakala memiliki sumber daya keunggulan dalam pandangan masyarakat. Artinya kalau kita ingin lembaga kita bagus, ya, eksistensinya ada, maka yang pertama harus dilakukan adalah dengan membuat atau memiliki sumber daya keunggulan. Misalkan bisa keunggulan prestasi mahasiswanya, bisa keunggulan prestasi gurunya, bisa keunggulan inovasi kurikulumnya, bisa keunggulan fisiknya. Maka ini bisa menjadi sustainable. Ini dari Barney. Kemudian yang kedua, teori yang kedua, bahwa yang bisa dilakukan yang kedua adalah mengelola resistensi anggota agar beradaptasi. Mohon maaf, di madrasah resistensi ini sangat tinggi, gitu ya, untuk terhadap adaptasi. Maka upaya yang harus dilakukan oleh pimpinan agar madrasah ini bisa sustainable, salah satunya adalah mengelola bagaimana resistensi dari para anggota organisasi di madrasah, baik guru, kepala sekolah atau mungkin siswa-siswanya, gitu. Nah, biasanya resistensi itu karena kurang pemahaman terhadap misalkan era digital itu, ya. Yang kedua karena kebiasaan lama yang sudah terlanjur nyaman dengan tradisional yang ada. Yang ketiga ketakutan akan kehilangan. Maaf, biasanya madrasah banyak yang di pesantren, di bawah lembaga-lembaga seperti ini, ya, yayasan-yayasan. Yang ketiganya ini ada biasanya. Jadi pemahaman tentang digital, pemahaman tentang teknologi yang belum sepenuhnya dikuasai. Yang kedua kebiasaan lama dengan sistem, dengan prinsip yang memang tidak sudah merasa nyaman dalam kondisi itu. Dan yang ketiga adalah ketakutan akan kehilangan, takut nanti nilai-nilai Islam hilang, takut apa dan sebagainya, sehingga hal ini yang menjadikan resisten untuk adaptasi terhadap perubahan-perubahan. Yang ketiga, cara yang ketiga adalah there is a need for an integration strategy between the organization mission and social responsibility. Artinya menggabungkan antara misi lembaga dengan nilai-nilai sosial masyarakat. Jadi kalau lembaga itu ingin sustainable, ya, berarti dia harus ada semacam pengabdian masyarakat, begitu ya. Jadi ada kontribusi pada masyarakat. Ketika masyarakat merasakan ada ini, maka keberlanjutan lembaga itu akan menjadi lebih lama, gitu ya. Nah, ini ada di madrasah. Mohon maaf, kenapa madrasah walaupun kondisinya masih yang terutama yang 20% tadi masih C atau belum ada statusnya, mereka tetap eksis, mereka tetap lanjut, karena masyarakat merasa madrasah itu punya kontribusi, karena guru-guru merasa keberadaannya masih bermanfaat, sehingga membuat mereka lembaga ini masih sustainable, gitu ya. Nah, oleh karena itu bagaimana ketiga hal ini mana yang paling dominan bagi madrasah? Tiga-tiganya itu seperti itu, ya. Oke, lanjut karena waktu. Challenges of digitalization in madrasah. Jadi tantangan-tantangan di madrasah di masa digital adalah limited and uneven infrastructure, adaptation to new technology, trust to the role of traditional teacher, and shifting religious values. Jadi tantangan digitalisasi di madrasah ada 4, ya. Satu adalah infrastruktur yang terbatas dan tidak merata. Memang di madrasah-madrasah swasta maupun negeri ada sebagian besar yang sudah bagus-bagus. Artinya tidak merata, tidak berarti semuanya infrastrukturnya bagus, tidak semuanya infrastrukturnya lemah. Jadi ketidakmerataan ini menjadi tantangan bagi digitalisasi di madrasah. Yang kedua, adaptasi terhadap teknologi baru. Seperti tadi yang sampaikan, ada 3 hal tadi yang membuat madrasah itu agak sulit untuk beradaptasi, ya, resistensi tadi. Kemudian ancaman terhadap peran tradisional guru, dan yang ketiga adalah bergesernya nilai-nilai religius, gitu ya, karena tidak kesiapan penguasaan terhadap teknologi dan pemanfaatan yang belum paham benar, sehingga takut terjadinya pergeseran nilai-nilai. What leaders should not do, ya, ini beberapa hal ini yang ingin saya sampaikan. Kalau kita bicara apa yang harus dilakukan, itu banyak sekali yang harus dilakukan. Tapi di sini saya menyampaikan apa yang tidak boleh dilakukan. Gitu. Pertama adalah ignoring the digital gap, mengabaikan kesenjangan digital. Jadi madrasah tidak boleh mengabaikan kesenjangan ini. Maka di sini saya menggunakan kepemimpinan situasional ya, bukan kepemimpinan transformatif. Kenapa? Karena kondisi madrasah masih gap itu masih ada gitu. Yang kedua, implementing technology without pedagogy consideration, menerapkan teknologi tanpa pertimbangan pedagogis. Artinya seringkali karena kita terlanjur bahagia, senang dengan teknologi, tapi teknologi yang digunakan tidak begitu relevan dengan kepentingan-kepentingan pendidikan. Artinya, sudah waktunya habis, kurang 5 menit. Artinya bahwa pimpinan tidak boleh menerapkan teknologi tanpa pertimbangan pedagogis, mengabaikan pelatihan sumber daya manusia, mengabaikan keamanan siber, mengandalkan teknologi sepenuhnya, dan mengabaikan etika serta nilai-nilai religius. Nah, ini temuan saya ya. Pertama, is the sustainability of madrasah necessary? Ya, ini pertama adalah bagaimana keberlanjutan madrasah itu perlu. Pertama adalah dengan penerapan kepemimpinan situasional yang inovatif dan adaptif. Kemudian yang kedua, memimpin pembelajaran dan transformasi digital secara strategis. Jadi fokus kepada pemimpinan pembelajaran. Yang ketiga, memastikan bahwa madrasah siap mengadopsi teknologi dalam pembelajaran dan manajemen. Artinya kepemimpinan di madrasah biar sustainable itu bahwa dia harus sampai pada memastikan bahwa sekolah itu siap semuanya. Bukan hanya sekedar menyampaikan dan sebagainya, tapi harus benar memastikan bahwa siap baik dari SDM, infrastruktur dan sebagainya. Lanjut, langsung aja di slide yang berikutnya. Change management approach ya. Ada 3 pendekatan yang bisa digunakan oleh pimpinan dalam melakukan yang harus dia miliki untuk melakukan atau memimpin. Pertama adalah power, ya, kemampuan untuk mengelola perubahan melalui kekuasaan dan wewenang yang dimiliki. Giving reason ya, mengelola perubahan melalui pemberian alasan atau argumentasi yang kuat. Yang ketiga melalui pendidikan. Artinya manajemen perubahan ini bisa kita lakukan kepada madrasah dengan melalui 3 hal ini. Satu adalah kekuasaan dan kewenangan yang dimiliki oleh pimpinan. Yang kedua pemberian argumentasi yang tepat, dan yang ketiga adalah melalui pendidikan atau pelatihan. Nah, ini memang semuanya juga masih lambat untuk di madrasah untuk melakukan 3 hal ini, masih belum maksimal, tetapi sudah dilakukan dengan melalui kekuasaan yang dimiliki. Seperti saat ini Bapak Ibu, di madrasah itu sudah ada RDM ya, semacam raport diri madrasah. Jadi emis, kemudian ada e-raport dan sebagainya. Semuanya sudah ada, tapi itu semua dari program pusat. Kalau sudah dari pusat, mereka baru mau melakukan. Tapi belum ada inisiasi atau upaya sendiri dari sekolah. Nah, ini berarti melalui kekuasaan dari pusat agar program-program atau digital ini, teknologi ini diterapkan di madrasah. Nah, yang selanjutnya, leading requires trust, and trust is built from integrity, virtue, and ability. Memimpin butuh kepercayaan, dan kepercayaan terbangun dari 3 hal. Jadi di madrasah itu yang saya lihat, yang saya ini ya kan, bahwa dalam proses kepemimpinan, kenapa bisa terjadi di masyarakat, di madrasah, itu karena adanya kepercayaan dari anggota organisasi kepada kepala madrasah itu. Dan kepercayaan itu muncul karena pemimpin itu punya integritas, jujur dan konsisten. 2, dia baik tindakan, sikap maupun ucapnya. Dan yang ketiga memang dia kompeten. Untuk sekolah-sekolah yang bisa menggerakkan lembaganya, itu karena mereka tidak punya ini. Karena kepercayaan dari anggotanya kurang. Dan kenapa kurang? Karena pimpinan ini tidak memiliki 3 hal ini. Oleh karena itu, untuk madrasah-madrasah yang ingin ini, maka pimpinan harus 3 hal itu harus dimiliki. Nah, kompetensi apa yang harus dimiliki oleh pimpinan? Di situ ada kompetensi literasi digital, keterampilan teknologi, komunikasi digital yang efektif, kemampuan membina hubungan, dan kemampuan adaptasi dan inovasi. Madrasah kalau mengandalkan pada kemampuan SD sumber daya sendiri, baik manusia maupun fisik, sulit untuk bisa cepat berkembang di era digital. Oleh karena itu, kemampuan komunikasi efektif pimpinan madrasah dengan eksternal dan juga kerjasama kolaborasi ini menjadi salah satu strategi kompetensi yang harus dimiliki oleh pimpinan madrasah agar bisa berlanjut madrasahnya atau sekolahnya. Dan selanjutnya yang ketiga, menanamkan nilai integritas, kolaborasi, dan religiusitas yang kokoh dalam membangun budaya kerja inklusif dan etis. Jadi di madrasah itu menanamkan nilai ini, kemudian melalui yang pertama yang banyak ditanamkan adalah integritas. Kita tahu madrasah itu guru-gurunya sangat loyal, integritasnya tinggi ya. Kemudian yang kedua, kolaborasinya juga bagus. Kemudian kokoh nilai-nilai Islamnya. Terakhir ya, ini sudah dihabis ini waktunya ya. Manajemen sumber manusia terutama inovasi di madrasah difokuskan pada 4 hal. Pertama adalah manajemen sumber daya manusia, terutama supervisi dengan literasi digital dan penguatan resiliensi. Jadi ini yang ditekankan ya, manajemen SDM terutama dari aspek supervisi digital dan resiliensi ya, penguatan resiliensi, inovasi kurikulum dan kewirausahaan, pengembangan tim dan pelibatan tim, dan yang terakhir adalah membina hubungan kemitraan. Saya pikir itu aja Bapak Ibu, yang ini waktunya sudah habis. Terakhir saya simpulkan di situ bahwa sustainability of madrasah is in the digital era is using religious situational approach. Terima kasih.
Okay, give applause for Professor Dr. Haja Munifa MPD for the great presentation on digital transformation in madrasah leadership sustainable strategies for the future. All right, so let me give you a brief conclusion from the presentation. So her research focuses on the role of innovative leadership in adopting digital learning and ensuring that madrasas are prepared to thrive in the digital era by leveraging data analytics and fostering collaboration. Professor Munifa also proposes strategies to improve madrasah performance and sustainability in the face of digital challenges, using 3 theories: resource-based view theory, resistance to change theory, and sustainability strategy theory. If you want to read the complete research of her, you may visit the proceeding of ICOE later on. Okay, so now we are going to question and answer session. If you have any questions, you may raise your hand. And if you are participating online, you may write your questions on the chat box, please. Okay, no one raised hand on site. Do you have any questions in the chat box? Okay, no question. Oh my God, because this is a very phenomenal presentations of her, yeah? All right then, thank you so much, Professor Dr. Haja Munifa. Again, applause for Professor Dr. Haja Munifa for the presentation on transformation on madrasah, especially in the digital era. Thank you, Ibu. All right then, we are going to the second speaker, but before I invite him, I would like to read the profile of Dr. Khairul Azhar Jamaluddin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So Dr. Khairul Azhar Jamaluddin is a senior lecturer at the Center for Education, Leadership and Policy, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He holds a bachelor degree in TESOL from Queensland University of Technology and a master's and a PhD in curriculum development from the University of Malaya. His expertise lies in curriculum development, TVET pedagogy, and teaching English as a second language. Dr. Khairul has published extensively in US and Scopus Index journals and authored a book on TVET curriculum. His recent research focuses on sociocultural approaches to medical professionalism, TVET curriculum reform, and inclusive education practices. So let me say hi to Dr. Hairul Azhar because he is joining with us online. Good morning, Dr. Hairul Azhar.
From the Means account or
maybe you can
admin.
test your voice because we cannot hear your voice. Excuse me. Would you like to say something, Dr. Hairul? I think you are still muted. Oh, okay. So Dr. Hairul cannot hear my voice. All right then. Okay. So we're still waiting for the technical repair. So let me give you a glance of his research. Yeah. So Dr. Hairul today will deliver his presentation titled "Enhancing Technical Communication Skills in TV80 through the TCPM model." Okay, Dr. Hairul, can you hear my voice? Good morning. Okay, still technical issues. Oh, you can hear me.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, great. Maybe the technician could raise the voice of Dr. Hairul up a bit, please.
Do you mind to allow me to share the screen?
Okay. Let me tell the operator to let you share the screen.
No problem.
And the technician, again, would you please raise the volume up for Dr. Hairul? Because here on site we cannot hear your voice clearly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
A little, but maybe we can raise the volume up a bit. I'm sorry for making you waiting.
No problem.
Okay, thank you so much. Mohon izin kepada operator, apakah bisa menaikkan volume sedikit untuk Dr. Hairul karena kami belum bisa mendengarkan. Okay, Dr. Hairul, would you please test your voice again?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, great. Okay.
Clear.
Okay, so Dr. Hairul Jamaluddin, I see here you will deliver your presentation titled "Enhancing Technical Communication Skills in TVET through the TCPM model." So you will be given 20 minutes for the presentation and the rest 15 minutes for question and answer session.
Oh, pagi aku mau daftar.
Okay, before I begin, I do hope that
Standby di mana
the
ini, Mas?
participants can mute your microphone because it's kind of
Yeah. Okay, for the host,
Besok terakhir.
help us to mute.
Rekomendasi tapi dia nggak mau, Pak. Ini sebenarnya good recommend ini, Pak. Good recommend,
This is the
good
problem,
candidate.
Dr. Hairul, yeah, in the digitalized era.
Yeah, we don't understand, no problem. It happens a lot of times.
All right then. Okay.
All right.
Please.
Okay, all right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning, everyone, especially for Prof. Dr. Haja Munifa and also the other keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. So it's indeed, an honor and privilege to share to you guys about what I have done so far in my research, especially on the development of technical communication pedagogical model, which is part of the important parts, that can help enhance employability of TVET graduates, So in this particular event, the second international conference and education 2024, I would like to address the issue of how employability and how technical communication is play a part, to help enhance, the graduates' employment, especially for those in technical, vocational education and training. So therefore, my topic for my sharing today is building sustainable careers, TVET graduates, and the role of technical communication in future industry. So ladies and gentlemen, before I begin further, let me give you a little bit introductions on the landscape of the global employment, So before the pandemic, back in 2020, the statistics provided and shows that only 57% or 3.3 billions of the working age populations are currently employed. Yeah. And from that particular statistic, 39% or 2.3 billion, yeah, are out of labor markets, and 473 millions are still unemployed. Situations, yeah, is quite worrying, because when we look into the projections of global unemployment, yeah, starting in 2022 up until 2023, we can see that estimations, yeah, there are 205.2 million who are unemployed in 2022, and also estimated around 208.2 millions, yeah, were unemployed in 2003. Well, when this situation happens, yeah, there are multiple factors, yeah, that might hinder or might affect, yeah, the situation. So among the problems that might arise, yeah, the number of unemployment includes, yeah, of course, the elevated risk of pandemic during that particular time, yeah, when it hits, yeah, not only Malaysia, not only Indonesia, but the countries all around the world, companies or industries suffered mostly because of that situations, yeah. Because of that situations, yeah, we struggle, yeah. Oh, I think someone just um, didn't allow me to share the screen. Am I still sharing the screen?
Yeah. We are still setting up the
Oh, okay.
setting. Yeah.
Right. So I have to share again, yeah? Okay, let me continue. Right. When we look into these issues, yeah, there are a number of factors that might affect the situations. Yeah, one of it is, of course, the situation of pandemics. Yeah, when during that particular time, industry and factories or companies need to be closed down due to the sudden change in the landscape of our safety and also how it's being operated. Yeah. Number two is the rise of gig economy, where there is increase in number of individuals in this particular sector. For instance, in Malaysia, there are more than 300,000 workers in 2019 who are categorized as gig worker. Yeah, that come from the age of 25 to 34 years old age group. Yeah, and also the rapid advancement of technology in the workplace. Yeah, the Internet of Things. Yeah, IR 4.0 that has created, yeah, a new job structure, yeah, known as a new college jobs, that emphasizes, yeah, skills over academic qualifications. So these particular factors has changed and shaped, yeah, the future, the current, yeah, situations in term of economy, as well as how employment is being viewed, yeah, by the industry. And also other problems such as poor communication skills, specifically technical communication, which is the focus of my presentation today. We look into how this particular skill is very important and how it can help enhance employability skills among the graduates. Yeah, and also the TVETs and future ready graduate, the technical vocational education and trainings graduate, are still not well accepted in the industry due to many factors that includes, yeah, mastery of technical communications and other important skills to work. Yeah. And last but not least, if we look into, because my area of specialization is curriculum, I studied into the analysis into the TVET curriculum, yeah, where I identified that, yeah, in Malaysia, for example, the focus of the curriculum does not majorly emphasize on developing technical communication skill. Because of that reason, when we look into research and study that have been done before in the context of TVET employability skills and employment, one of the major impediments to this problem is poor mastery of communication skill. A closer analysis into these particular issues identified that technical communication, which I will explain further, is the impediments that have affected, the employability skills development as well as employment of this graduate. So when we talk about this issue, we all know that TVET, Technical Vocational Education and Training, is a platform, yeah, to help close the poverty gaps, yeah, which aims to develop general education knowledge, technical and scientific knowledge, as well as practical skill and attitudes, yeah, and understanding of numerous field of work. However, TVET institutions still face problem, yeah, to make sure that the graduates they are the outcome of the institutions are well accepted in industry. So one of the things that I mentioned reiteratively before is the poor mastery of technical communications, which have plagued and also have affected their employability as a whole. So in the context of Malaysia, which is what I'm going to focus today, we look into how the current practices is focusing on 70% of the vocational training, and the rest 30% is on the academic education. So in Malaysia, the technical vocational education trainings offered at 5 different certificate level. We have level 1 certificates, level 2, and then we have diploma and advanced diploma. So this kind of certification have different work sets, skill sets that are required and expected from the students. However, a closer analysis into this curriculum, especially those at the level 1 up until level 3, I found that the curriculum not majorly emphasized on developing the communication skill that are relevant to the industry. So before we go further, let's look at the Malaysian TVET ecosystem to get a better understanding of how it works. If you can see that it started with the primary educations, and then we have lower secondary, and then we have a different path. One is the academic path, and another one is vocational path, where we offer diploma and also certificates at vocational colleges, public skill training institute, as well as private vocational colleges. And then they can enter or join polytechnics, or maybe other technical institute, and they can join world of work, or maybe if they want to go further up until master's or degree or even doctorate, they can do so in Malaysian Technical Engineering Network. These are the universities that are focused on TVET skills development. When we talk about the outcomes of these institutions are aimed to produce workers that are relevant, that are able to work effectively in the industry. But one of the things that I found, or maybe from the literature, is that the lack of technical communications. So let me define what is technical communication in general. So technical communications are the communication skills that are being practiced or used specifically in the industry. In order to identify technical communications, I have done extensive review on the literature, looking into what are the categorization of skills or communication skill that have been applied in the industry. So based on the review of literature and also extensive analysis of this literature, it was found that among the important skill of technical communication includes communication, oral communication skill, written communication skills, and then we have researching skills and working in group skills. So when we compare these skills into the what has been implemented or what has been taught in vocational colleges, we can see that a lot of skills that have been offered through the general subjects in vocational colleges does not cover technological literacy or ethical literacy per se. So this become a concern, because when we talk about communications for these graduates who are going to join the industry, they should be able to communicate effectively and work effectively and use communication skills that are valued by the industry. So that's why the idea of technical communication, which is a strategic communication scheme that is widely applied in the science and engineering field, should be integrated into the curriculum, because it has a very specific purpose, structure, conventions, and delivery methods to suit the target audience, which is the clients from the industry. So in order to do that, a closer analysis into the literature as well as the past studies, because in the context of Malaysia, during the study was conducted, not many research have touched on technical communication in Malaysia. So analysis has been done throughout the prominent institutions, TVET institutions outside Malaysia, in other countries, in order to look into what are the focus and what are the things that curriculum is being instilled in the curriculum. These include the oral technical communications, written technical communication, interpersonal, and also researching skills. So oral technical communication basically cover the ability to deliver speech to the audience, to plan introduction and conclusion for oral presentations, to plan and prepare visual aids for communication purposes, to plan and develop content of presentations, to find situation that suits and oral presentations, to define audience, and even to chair a meeting. In terms of written technical communication, this skill covered the ability to produce business letters, to produce technical journalism, user guide documents, online help documents, technical support documents, produce references, reference information documents, marketing literature, research reports, and consumer literature, which has been overlooked in the current curriculum. The third skills, which is the interpersonal skill, focuses on the ability to communicate effectively with co-workers and even administrators, to establish professional relationships with customers and co-workers, to positively handle conflicts, leadership skills, to give instruction effectively, to give constructive feedbacks, to practice multicultural awareness, as well as to share information in group settings. On the other hand, for the research and skills, discover the ability to operate technological tools, to improve communications, to distinguish main ideas from supporting details, to retrieve relevant information, and also to comprehend job-related journals and technical materials. So when this study was conducted, I tried to synchronize what has been proposed in the literature, as well as what the industry experts in Malaysia felt about it. So this study has proposed a pedagogical model to effectively implement technical communications in these vocational colleges. So in order to do so, the analysis or maybe the process of collecting data involved the survey design with SEM analysis with the industry, and then this has been continued with analysis with 200 responses by the instructors across Malaysia. So the findings, which is the model, the pedagogical model that has been developed, covered 4 important components of curriculum, which include the objective, the content of learning, method of delivery, and assessment method. I will not touch further on the statistical analysis, but what I want to highlight here is that in terms of how it should be implemented, in the context of TVET institutions, the main objective of if any institutions would like to expose or give to familiarize students with technical communication is to make sure that the exposure to authentic communicative experiences and develop all components, all 4 components of technical communication skills. In terms of content of learning, so the teaching and learning process should cover skills that are important, such as the oral communication skill that cover delivery, how to deliver a speech, to prepare the visual aids, and so on. In terms of written technical communications, the curriculum and teaching and learning experiences should be able to allow students, to develop skill in producing relevant documents to the industry. And in terms of interpersonal skill and resident skill, so the teaching and learning should allow opportunity for students to explore and develop this skill. In order how to deliver that, so the expert agree that collaborative learning, field training, contextual learning, expert feedbacks, communication across curriculum and online learning activities should be implemented. And in order to assess their abilities, so observation, presentations, writing technical documents, tasks, and also terminology exam can be conducted in order to effectively develop technical communication skill in the context of vocational colleges. So in short, what I can conclude is that even though there are challenges in terms of developing employability skills among graduates, but with a closer analysis and also a deeper understanding of what is the problem and how we're going to address the problem is very important. That's why research plays an important part in order to understand the problem and provide a relevant or sound solutions to that particular problem. In this case, when we look into employment issues, one of the things that have been highlighted over and over again is that the poor mastery of communications. But what kind of communication skill that is needed? Of course, when the analysis has been done, technical communication is found to be lacking, not only in terms of the skill that they have, but also how the institution prepare to develop this skill. So all in all, I can say that what I've been doing and what I have completed in this particular research can be very beneficial for those who are interested, especially for TVET institutions who are interested to enhance or advance the mastery of communication, specifically technical communication among the students or even future graduates. So with that, I end my presentations.
Okay, very nice. Thank you so much. Give applause to Dr. Khairul. Okay, so let me give you a brief summary in Bahasa Indonesia. baru saja Dr. Khairul menyampaikan tentang kebutuhan untuk kolaborasi ya antara industri vokasional dengan industri yang ada di masyarakat untuk meningkatkan skill komunikasi dari para graduates atau para alumni begitu ya, dengan mengintegrasikan kompetensi bahasa Inggris kepada pelatihan teknis. Bapak Dr. Khairul menawarkan model pedagogis yang dapat meningkatkan ke penyerapan employability dari para alumni TVET atau alumni kejuruan. So now we are coming to the question and answer session. And one of you on site, if you want to ask questions to Dr. Khairul, you may raise your hand. And if you are joining online, you may drop your question on the chatting box, or you may raise your hand as well and raise your voice to ask the question. Okay, so we have a questions from the online participant. So let me read the questions. We all know that AI is already a part of our lives. Is that a question? Yeah, because this is a question and answer session. I'm sorry. So Dr. Hairo, you may read the questions in the chatting box. It's
Okay. So I do understand that the question is about AI. I think this is not directly related to my presentation, but what I can respond is that in order to, we are being challenged with artificial intelligence. Yeah. So a lot of people saying that AI might be a replacement to teaching and learning, but for me, AI is just a tool. How we embrace and how we use it is depending on the teachers. Yeah, we can use and we can get answers through any platform that we want, but the understanding, the ideas, how to maneuver with the things that we have at hand it comes from the wisdom that we have as teachers. So in my opinion, AI will not replace teachers. It only enhance how we deliver the content of learning.
all right. Thank you so much for the answer, Dr. Khairul.
Problem.
We still have time. If you, the participants on site, want to ask the questions to Dr. Khairul, you may raise your hand and we will give you the microphone to communicate with Dr. Khairul live. Any one of you? Or the participants joining online, you may ask your questions directly to Dr. Khairul by unmute your speaker, your microphone, I mean. All right, Dr. Khairul, I think you has delivered such a phenomenal presentation today, and yeah, very brilliant. And I get your point because, yeah, I myself agree that communication is a key to, merge in the industry. And that is a problem with us today because some of us couldn't communicate pretty well, yeah?
Yes, it's true. Yes, yes. So
Yeah.
that's what I discovered in this particular study, because we might have the skill, like technical skill, the knowledge, but if you cannot deliver effectively what we have or what we know or what we are able to do, then people are not convinced. And this is a problem, what happens, yeah? When the graduates join the industry, they're not able to effectively communicate what they have in mind, so that become a problem. So I do hope that these sessions enlightens all the participants in this area, and I wish you all the best for future undertaking. And again, thank you to the organizer to invite me to deliver the keynote address this morning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Very nice to Dr. Hairul. Please give applause.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, I would like to ask the operator, shall we present to the next speaker? All right then. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Hairul, once again. So now I would like to introduce you to the third speaker, the Associate Professor Thomas Cochrane. He is from the University of Melbourne, Australia. He holds a PhD from Monash University, specializes in technology-enhanced learning, and has published over 330 scholarly works. Oh my God, wonderful. His research focuses on integrating mobile and immersive technologies in higher education, particularly within healthcare education, using tools such as augmented reality and virtual reality to enhance critical thinking and authentic learning experiences. He is a senior certified member of the Association for Learning Technology and a fellow of ASCILITE with recent studies exploring mobile learning communities, immersive technology in clinical simulations, and design-based research. So let me say hi to Associate Professor Thomas Cochrane. Good morning, Professor Thomas Cochrane.
Good morning, and thank you for the welcome.
Okay, okay. Please let me ask to the operator to raise your volume up a bit. Mohon izin kepada operator bisa menaikkan volume Dr. Thomas. Alright. Can you hear my voice again, Dr. Thomas?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Alright then. So today you will present your presentation on technology enhanced learning and educational design research. Am I right?
That's correct, yeah.
Good then. So you will be given 20 minutes for the presentations and the rest 15 minutes for the question and answer session.
Great.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Hopefully everyone can see my screen now.
Yes, we can.
Right. I'm just going to put this link into the chat here. So this is my blog, and I thought I'd just start by giving a little bit of an overview of myself and some of my experiences in technology-enhanced learning, and then lead into a framework that we're developing for designing and analyzing technology-enhanced learning based on a lot of experiences. So from my blog here, I've got a few links that we'll be exploring, and just a little bit about myself. You can see here a picture of myself presenting a couple of years ago, but I have a little brief overview of myself that's linked from there. So I wasn't always an academic. This is me here on the right-hand side, or at least my right-hand side of the screen. And I was a musician, and my first degree was actually engineering and electrical and electronic engineering, but I was more interested in playing music and playing in rock bands. So we recorded an album and we played across New Zealand. And then I ended up recording a solo album myself as well, playing guitar and keyboards. I was a youth pastor for a few years as well, and obviously my music experience was quite relevant there as well. And then from that, I moved into academia and started teaching. There's my wonderful wife. So she's been a great support to me in all of my various roles. Here's my first experience of teaching, and you might be able to get an idea of when this was by the devices that my students are actually using. These are some of the first iBooks from Apple, and you can see the various colors there. The one that's missing is the lime green, which no one wanted. But I taught audio engineering and music production from 1997 to 2004. And as part of the course, all of my students bought their own laptops, and everything was focused around them being able to engage with technology in the teaching and learning process, be able to work with their own devices, which were laptops at that stage. And we provided a wireless network, etc. And so they would do presentations, etc., explore for information. And then after that, we moved into some more mobile devices. So this is the iPad when the iPad came out. And these are contemporary music students that I was involved in doing some projects with from 2004 to 2011. We explored what the iPad could be used for in teaching and learning. And this is one of the examples is that we found that as soon as we gave students mobile devices and a wireless network, then any space became a teaching and learning space. And this is a few students working together in the corridor, working on a project. And then we explored some of the possibilities of mobile devices and social media in various contexts. Here's a few of them here: business studies, architecture, diploma of landscape design, etc. Product design, and end up with a focus really on using technology-enhanced learning to facilitate communities of practice as a mode of teaching and learning, where the academics, so here's a couple of the teachers over here, and the students were effectively part of a community of inquiry and facilitated by mobile devices and technology. Here you can see the students using a Nokia N95 smartphone with a Bluetooth keyboard, folding keyboard, and they use that as their main device to record their product designs. They would take photos and videos of their progress and then blog about those on an e-portfolio to be able to share what they were up to. So 2011, I got my PhD through Monash University and became an Escalite Fellow. So Escalite standing for the Australasian Society for Computers and Learning and Tertiary Education, a very long acronym. And then at Auckland University Technology, worked with various different departments like the journalism team here. And of course, this was very close to the time of when social media really changed journalism, and tools such as Twitter and Facebook, etc., became the way that news was broken and shared throughout, across the world. I worked in creating collaborative teaching team projects with various students, and one of the critical issues we found was around providing infrastructure for technology-enhanced learning and mobile devices. And so we developed these movable screens for screen sharing, which enables students to use their mobile devices as group work tools. And you can see there's a mobile, we're wheeling them across the road. This led to an international project with 6 institutions across New Zealand, 2014 to 2015, where we're exploring the potential of mobile and social media for teaching and learning in higher education. Ended up developing some connectivist MOOCs for professional development. Really find that one of the keys in technology-enhanced learning is the professional development of lecturers to be able to reconceptualize teaching using these types of tools. You can see some of the presentations that have been involved of around the globe as well, and developing a culture of technology-enhanced learning, community of practice, an international network of people involved in teaching and learning with technology around the world. I got involved with virtual reality and augmented reality, particularly in health education. Here you can see a team of paramedics that I worked with, who we won a Vice Chancellor's Team Teaching Excellence Award in 2017. And we explored how stress can be involved in clinical simulations. So this is a prototype device for measuring stress through skin conductivity, heart rate, and subjective feedback from students involved in these simulations. And we wanted to see if we could create authentic scenarios for paramedic students using virtual reality to prepare them for the real world. So I moved from there to got heavily involved with Escalite, and then moved to Melbourne to become an associate professor of technology enhanced learning, just right at the advent of COVID. And of course, COVID pretty much changed the world and made technology enhanced learning a lot more, I guess, a lot more important than it had been in the past, because it was really the only way to bridge the isolation and remote teaching, etc. So just a little bit of info about myself there. You can see a little bit more about that later if you like. But some of the issues around technology, I want to show you a few examples and then unpack some of the ways that we're looking at designing and analyzing those. But it doesn't have to be high tech. So I just wanted to show you a couple of examples here of how technology can be used in a low-key way, but to have a big impact. So one of the ways that we've explored using technology is through free tools such as Google Maps and Google Earth, for example. And this was particularly relevant when I was working with journalism and public relations students, for example. And this is my Google contributor profile, which I find really interesting from the fact that I took a few photos using 360-degree cameras, shared those on Google Maps, and I've had over 2 million views without really having to do anything around advertising or marketing or anything like that, just uploading those photos to Google Maps, and then over 2 million people have actually viewed those photos. So for example, this is my most viewed photo. It's a 360-degree photo when I was in Western Australia doing a keynote there in 2016 at the University of Western Australia. You can see there's myself standing there remotely controlling a 360-degree camera, which you can see sitting on the grass there. I took this photo of the campus, shared it on Google Maps, and for some reason, almost 450,000 people have viewed that photo, which is a nice milestone, but you know, because simple things can have a big impact. Another example is just giving you a bit of a visual idea of perhaps some of the impact of some of the research projects that I've been involved in. These are just some of the projects and some of the presentations that I've been involved in over the last almost 20 years now. And it's just a nice visual way of seeing that sort of international impact, and then also mapping out some of my co-authors there as well as to where they sit internationally too. So having a bit of a look at some examples, and I'm just going to focus on 4 case studies today, and then have a quick look at a framework that we've been developing for analyzing technology enhanced learning. So this is a Padlet. There is a QR code which will take you to either a PDF version or to this Padlet Live. And I can share in the chat the actual link to this. So I'll put the link into the chat, which will take you to this Padlet. If you do have a mobile device with a camera in, then you can scan this QR code. It'll take you straight to this Padlet. Or if you're on a laptop, you can just type in the short link, which is all lowercase, go.unimelb.edu.au/ppw8, and it will take you to this Padlet. So some of the technologies that we've been involved with recently, one is around how we can actually make the environment that people are in and make it a social immersive experience, going beyond head-mounted displays, which tend to put people into a solo learning experience. And then we lose all of what we know about social constructivism, being able to work in teams, being able to work authentically with the real world. That's one of the downfalls of virtual reality. So how can we make the actual environment interactive? One way to do this at a relatively simple cost is what's called the Blended Learning Interactive Simulation Suite. So this is effectively an AV system that uses short throw projectors and then something like a Microsoft Kinect to be able to recognize hand gestures for interaction within that room. So there's a company called Generate in the UK that have been developing this product, and it's being used in quite a number of universities in the UK, for example, and we're looking at installing one of these in the University of Melbourne. So you can see in this case 3 walls that are projected from 3 short throw projectors in the ceiling that can basically project any scenario that you develop, and these scenarios can be interactive, so through hand gestures, touching the wall, etc., responding to gestures effectively as mouse clicks and computer input. So the room then becomes interactive, like an immersive cave, but at a lot less cost. So instead of costing millions of dollars, in Australian dollars, this would cost about $150,000. So not much more than putting in a standard AV system into a room. So what are we thinking of doing with these? Well, this is another company that we've been partnering with called Real Response. And what they've been doing to enhance simulation, in this case, you can see the context here is Army training and Army medic training. So what they're doing here is doing a simulation of a Hercules, having a patient in the back of a virtual Hercules. The room's blue, and they're using an augmented reality headset to make the keystone out the room, so it makes it look like they're actually inside a real Hercules. They're using a high-fidelity mannequin, so they have haptic feedback. They can have hands-on treatment of a virtual patient, and they can use, because it's using augmented reality rather than virtual reality, they can use real tools instead of controllers. So in this case, they're actually able to see their own hands within the scenario, be able to use actual syringes, be able to use the technology that they would actually use as paramedics in this particular case. So that's what we're exploring with the Bliss Suite, and what we're exploring here is how we can have a mashup of technologies. So bringing various technologies together, making the actual environment itself interactive, be able to use augmented reality to enhance that, and having physical haptic feedback from high-fidelity mannequins, real equipment, and getting biometric feedback from the learners, the participants, via simple tools such as smartwatches, giving us an idea of the stress that the scenario is producing. Is it real-world stress or not? Through simple biometrics like heart rate and skin conductivity. So using a variety of technologies in those enhanced clinical simulation spaces to make them more realistic, to prepare, in this case, trainees for environments that are stressful, are obviously going to be high risk, and where we want the trainees to learn how to engage in these environments without causing harm to patients or harm to themselves. And so we're exploring this in a variety of scenarios, including, for example, high altitude mountaineering. I have a PhD student who's looking at creating simulations for training mountaineers on how to be able to observe some critical risks in higher mountain ranges, such as avalanches, crevasses, how to train them to be able to get themselves out of crevasses, etc., without obviously putting them in any real physical harm. So that's the blended learning interactive simulation suite that we're exploring. Another project that we've been working on is the bionic limb. So this particular project is a bit different. What it's looking at is creating what we've called a bionic limb, which is basically an Arduino controlled I guess robot, in a way, robotic limb, which then students can put through a series of tests to test out stress for different types of materials that could be used for bioengineering and creating bioengineering solutions. So perhaps they're creating artificial limbs for amputees, etc. How to develop artificial hands to be able to grab objects, etc., for people who have had, amputees, etc. So the critical issue that we were addressing here is that the course is divided into 4 different topics, 4 different programs that the students undertake, but the students don't necessarily integrate the concepts between these 4. They tend to treat them individually. They tend to focus on what they need to do to pass each course, rather than looking at these courses building up their capacity to be able to come up with creative solutions to real-world problems for biomechanics. So the idea was to create this common project that went across all 4 of those projects, that the students could work different types of projects on, so that they would hopefully integrate the concepts across those 4 courses and start to see some of the potential for creating solutions using the concepts that they're learning across those. So that's the Bionic Limb project. Another project that we've been working on is what we've called Transforming Energy and Pedagogy. So this one really is looking at the critical issue here is looking at interdisciplinary projects for engineering students. And in particular, it's how students work in their discipline context, but they don't work with other students from other engineering disciplines. And so they tend to silo their learning. Whereas in the real world, mechanical engineers will work with electrical engineers, they'll work with civil engineers. So you work in engineering teams, and each of those experts will bring their expertise to help solve real-world problems. So what we're trying to do with this project is to get mechanical engineering students and electrical engineering students working together as a cross-disciplinary team to build, in this case, a loudspeaker, because both mechanical engineering concepts and electrical engineering concepts are critical to being able to build a loudspeaker. And I did show you right at the start some of my experience around being a musician, but I also designed loudspeakers for 10 years as my first job. So there's a little bit of the tie-in to why this particular project. And of course, my first degree was electrical and electronic engineering. But working with both mechanical and electrical engineering students to give them a real-world experience of working together as a cross-disciplinary team. So it's a really fun project. The students are coming up with some great creative work, and we're in the 2nd year of developing that as a real-world project as well. The students end up creating reports about what they've learnt and their various elements of the design. So here's the electrical team from last year, and then here's the input from the mechanical team, which was mostly focused around the design of the enclosure. And obviously it completely interacts with the electrical design, which is the crossover and how the signals are separated between the two drivers, the woofer and the tweeter in this case. So looking at how technology enhanced learning can really give students an experience of real world without giving them a high risk that's going to obviously get in the way, or be able to help them reproduce what they do in the real world using technology, be able to integrate concepts, be able to integrate across various design teams as well. And then a final example here, we have what we've been working on with virtual farm field trips. So in this particular project, which has actually been going for quite a long time, over 10 years, the project's all about how using virtual farms can give students who have never been on a farm a virtual experience of a farm tour, and not just at one point in time, which they would get with a physical farm visit, but over multiple times of the year, be able to show them what it's like in autumn, winter, spring, and in summer. And of course, different things happen over that ecosystem that you're never going to see with just one physical visit. So being able to do that right across the year using this virtual farms. So those are just some projects, and I wanted to then move on to just very quickly a bit of a framework that we're developing, because I think the literature is very much focused on case studies and showcases of cool projects, of interesting things that people have done, but they're not necessarily transferable into other contexts. How can we make these projects much more transferable that can be then related to other perhaps similar contexts? And so we're coming up with a design-based research framework to help us to be able to unpack some of the design principles around these projects that would then be transferable into other contexts. And I'll just share the link to this Padlet as well. So there is a QR code there which will take you to this Padlet, or a short link here. And this just takes you through the development of this design and analysis framework. How are we going for time?
As we still have like 10 minutes.
Okay, great. So I'll take you through a little bit of this. So we've been developing this framework, and if you're not familiar with design-based research, we did a poster for a conference which just really outlined some of the key concepts of what is design-based research. With one of my colleagues who has just done a PhD on design-based research. So a very quick history of design-based research. It hasn't just, it's not just a recent development. It actually has been in development for quite a number of years, and you can see some of the influences behind us, very much tied into John Dewey, for example, Vygotsky and social constructivism, etc. Are some of the foundations behind design-based research. And design-based research really took off in the 2000s. A lot of work was done with the establishment of a design-based research collective, which was basically a community practice of people around the world interested in exploring design-based research. And then educational researchers, Susan McKennick, Thomas Reeves, Jan van den Akker, etc. Perhaps one of the more recent ones, Arthur Baker, who's written a great book Here it is here, Design, Research and Education. It's a great practical guide, and also is framed around how PhD projects and PhD students can implement design-based research. So part of the process of design-based research, it starts with what's the problem that you're trying to solve. So this is critical design-based research. It's very pragmatic. It's about trying to solve real-world problems, and you might identify a critical issue that your students have in learning. So you might have noticed in the examples that I talked about before, each of them had a critical learning issue or critical pedagogical problem they were trying to solve. So we start with what's the problem you're trying to solve, that will, what is it that your students struggle with? Are you trying to build their capacity to work in teams? Are you trying to make the learning environment more real or authentic without introducing, high levels of risk, etc.? And so then you do a literature review. Has anyone actually solved this problem before? There's no point reinventing the wheel. So starting with a literature review around your defined problem, see if there's a gap. If there is, then look at what the literature says around what perhaps approaches people have taken to possibly solve that problem or parts of that problem. And those define your initial design principles. So basically your starting points for the design of your project. So going from there, you move into creating a prototype intervention or a project that you think is going to potentially solve your pedagogical problem. So you work in a collaborative team. So this is one of the key things of design-based research. It's all about stakeholders and bringing them into a collaboration team, a research team. So design-based research is having a design team behind the project, which involves educational researchers, which is often my role in these projects, discipline-based experts. So when I'm working with paramedics, there'll be paramedic lecturers there, for example. If I'm working with veterinary lecturers, there'll be a veterinary lecturer involved, etc. And if we're designing an app or a product that we're going to use, then we're probably going to have some designers on the team as well. Often those might be postgrad students, and we form a team. There may be other stakeholders that are important in the loudspeaker design project, for example. We brought in an audio engineer who is an expert in loudspeaker design to be able to give us evaluation and feedback on the designs that we come up with, for example. So then we implement that prototype, what we think is going to address our potential pedagogical problem, and then get some feedback from the key stakeholders, which is going to be our students. Maybe it might be industry, if you have an accreditation body, etc. And you go into this design and evaluation loop, iterations, a bit like action research as such, but the key difference being that the goal really is to develop these design principles, which can then be applied into other contexts and hopefully transfer this learning into other contexts and have a wider impact rather than it just being a one-off case study as such. So that's the very, very quick overview of what is design-based research. Also developed a design-based research framework for curriculum design, which we don't have a lot of time to go over, but there is a link here to be able to see that, and that's on Figshare. And basically what I've done here is tried to break down the design-based research methodology into a process for how it can be applied to curriculum design. And looking at it over 4 different phases, how to develop a collaborative curriculum design team, and an example project. So I guess why look at design-based research as a methodology? Well, it's because it focuses on what Laura Lard would call a design science. In other words, it's treating learning design as an actual design science rather than just a magic rule of thumb that we do just because we've always done it a certain way. It's bringing learning theory and foundational design into the process. So it's really an authentic and ethically based approach to curriculum design, very pragmatic. It's really about addressing a specific problem or a design goal. It's very much a collaborative process involving a democratic team. It's very structured, so it's relatively easy for academics to be able to understand the process, and the goal is for it to come up with transferable design principles. So this is the summary based from McKinney and Reeves, where effectively you have 4 phases or stages of design-based research, starting with what's the problem you're trying to solve, look at the literature review, has anyone solved that problem or aspects of it, what can you learn from the literature, from there going into a design prototyping approach, how can technology help you to address that issue, then implementing that design and getting evaluation and feedback from how that works. It's very seldom that you're going to fix the problem with your first approach to it. It's usually going to take several developments and iterations, and so that's a bit of a loop. And then coming out of that, you learn what are the design principles that helped you to meet that goal, and then those become transferable design principles. Then that you then can really share with other people through journal articles, conference proceedings, etc. So just very quickly going over the rest of this design framework. I'll leave most of this for you to have a look at yourself. We go over 4 different case studies here and how that they were designed as design-based research. You can see some of the ones that I've just talked about very briefly before. We don't have a lot of time to go into a whole lot of depth around these, but I wanted to draw your attention down. So we did a short paper looking at a very brief overview of those 4 different case studies, and we've been developing this into a more developed design framework using activity theory and social cultural theory and Baker's 5 characteristics of design-based research. So we actually have a template, a design-based research case study template, which anyone's welcome to be able to use. You can download that from this Padlet. We have an actual Padlet version of it as well, or a Word doc. And we look at how activity theory can help us unpack some of the key principles of an actual research design. And activity theory allows us to be able to break down any project into these main aspects. So what are the tools we're using? And often the technology is the mediator of the learning outcomes. The subject is usually going to be the students or the stakeholders that are involved, but there are other stakeholders involved in any learning project, including there's going to be the wider community input. It could be the industry partners, it could be parents if you're looking at high school or early childcare. And then there's going to be some boundaries around what you can and can't do, which will be defined by things like the curriculum, policies, legislation, etc. And then the division of labour is who is doing what within this project. So using activity theory allows us to take these projects beyond just a simple case study for one context, be able to identify some of the contextual elements that we can then critique as to how can we make these more transferable, and then using the elements of design research bringing about some transferable design principles from that. So finally, the other aspect that we've been exploring is be able to look at projects beyond just simple case studies to how they might be sustained, or going even further than that, be expansive so that they have wider impact beyond just their own context. So a sustained project would be something that continues on beyond the end of the goal of the project. An expansive strategy would be one that then starts to have impact beyond that one single context. And then adaptive strategies would be projects that lead into design principles that can be applied to multiple contexts and have a lot more wider impact. So those are some of the principles we're looking at for designing and analysing technology-enhanced learning projects. Very, very quick overview. I think that's probably my time and time to open up for questions or comments at this stage.
Thank you so much, Professor Thomas Cochrane, for the wonderful presentation. I would like to read some brief summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia so our audience can understand. Baik, baru saja Profesor Cochrane menyampaikan terkait peningkatan teknologi dalam pembelajaran dan riset desain pendidikan. Profesor Thomas Cochrane menjajaki ya bagaimana teknologi pendidikan ini dapat diterapkan secara efektif melalui kerangka riset berbasis desain atau DBR tadi ya. Ia membagikan juga beberapa studi kasus yang menggambarkan integrasi pembelajaran seluler dengan teknologi imersif dalam pendidikan tinggi menggunakan VR ya, AR tadi teman-teman bisa lihat yang meningkatkan hasil pembelajaran dalam berbagai disiplin akademis. So we are going to the question and answer session. For the on-site audiences, you may raise your hand and communicate directly to Professor Thomas Cochrane. And if you guys joining via Zoom, you may drop your questions on the chatting box. Any one of you guys want to ask some questions to Professor Thomas? Okay, we have questions in the chat box. Okay, so let me read the question. Talking about education technology, could AI replace administrative tasks in education? Considering the existence of powerful AI like BlackRock's Aladdin, which utilizes sophisticated algorithms to analyze market risks and opportunities, even predicting future price trends with a high accuracy rate compared to human analysis. Is it possible that AI could handle administrative tasks in education? Yeah.
I think with any use of the AI is knowing its limitations and having the critical digital literacies to be able to critique the output that you're getting from any AI. And I think that's a skill that and a capability that we need to teach our students as well. So they don't just uncritically use AI. And in particular, large language models, because of the way that they work, it's effectively a large predictive text model. It's based on statistics as to what the most likely next word in a sentence would be. And although we use the term artificial intelligence, AI is not currently intelligent. It's not... we can't assign human agency to AI. It's not sentient, at least not yet. And so AI has no way of critiquing its own output. It has no way of validating the output. We have to do that. And so we need to teach our students the skill to be able to reflect and critique on the output of AI. So for example, I went to a presentation a few weeks ago of learning designers who are using AI to help them develop course outlines, curriculum design documents, and certainly I've done that myself. And the conclusion was for the learning designers that the context they felt that AI was the most useful for them in was in engineering courses. But that was only because none of the learning designers had an engineering background. And so whatever the AI produced, they thought was fantastic, but they had no way of critiquing that output because they didn't have the expertise in that particular discipline. So that was an example for me of an uncritical use of AI. They should have brought onto their team some engineering discipline experts who could actually validate the output of AI in producing a curriculum for engineering, rather than saying they don't know anything about engineering, so whatever the AI produces is fantastic.
All right then. Yeah, I kind of agree with that statement because AI is inevitable. So we as a teachers and future teachers should prepare to teach our students the validation, because AI could be, give us biases, inaccuracies, etc. All right.
On the data,
Thank you so much for
trained
the
on.
answer, Professor Thomas. We still have time if the audiences may ask another question to Dr. Thomas Cochrane from the on-site audiences
I
and
see
also
in
the online audiences.
Zoom, Russman has his hand up.
Okay, thank you very much for the chance, Professor Thomas. You are welcome to in the conference in Indonesia. I'm Rusman from in West Sulawesi Barat province. Yeah. It is very interesting for me about your presentations, explain about that education technology. It is a very good themes, because now we understand, because the world now using the AI, artificial intelligence. It is so, just I want to know, maybe you can explain what about your country, because I see your country is the developed countries, yes. So different in the developing countries like Indonesia or other two countries. And then for the future education, about the if compares in the developed countries and developing countries, can to maybe to grow the same growth maybe, and then I see is developing countries is also so very far distance is countries. It is.
Yeah,
I want
I think
to explain this. I want to. You can give me explain about that countries.
Yeah, so I think you've
Yeah.
got a good point there. If you're looking at technology enhanced learning, of course, it can be expensive, and it does privilege developed countries, Australia, New Zealand, etc. But I think looking at the technology that your students own is probably the best way forward. So I would suggest that in developing countries, the main technology that students have access to is smartphones. It's their phone. You know, the International Telecommunications Union has statistics for all countries, and basically that's the device that pretty much everyone owns is a mobile phone, a smartphone. And therefore, how can you use that device for teaching and learning and enabling teaching and learning? And I think that's going to be really interesting in the future with artificial intelligence on mobile devices. So you might have seen that, for example, Apple have just or about to release what they call Apple Intelligence, which is going to run on Apple's latest versions of the iPhone. So integrating AI with mobile devices for much more personalized and powerful searching, for content creation on your mobile device. Of course, the issue there is, once again, the cost, because Apple Intelligence is only going to work on the latest generation phones. So you'll need an Apple iPhone 15 Pro or an iPhone 16 or newer. So my iPhone 11 is too old. I'll have to update. But I think part of the reality is that particularly young people, they will invest in the latest smartphone technology. And so if we explore what we can do with the technology that our students own, I think that's a way forward for developing countries.
Thank you so much. Okay.
And then for the teacher, yes, the function teacher, what the function teacher in developing countries, for the example, your countries, Professor Thomas, can you explain what the function the teacher or lecturer, because now so many in the developing countries, as I see, they using the education technology system. And then what about the function, a lecturer or the teacher in the developing countries?
So I think there's not a lot of difference between developed and developing countries around how people teach. Generally, it's about delivery of content, you know, lecture-based, the teacher being the focus of the learning experience. But what I want to try and change is change that mode so that it's more about the student being actively involved in the learning process, whether that's in a developed or a developing country, where the role of the teacher changes from being the focus and the deliverer of content to the designer of real-world experiences, and the students are much more involved in the learning process, the development of the content, creating seminars, presentations, etc. And of course, that also involves professional development for lecturers, getting up to speed with the latest digital technologies. Certainly, AI has disrupted a lot of teaching, and so a lot of my work here at the University of Melbourne is helping other lecturers to understand the potential of AI in teaching and learning as well, and helping them understand how they can potentially use it.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Thomas.
Thank you for your question.
So very nice, and then for you explain today. Next, next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Rusman and also Dr. Thomas, for a nice discussion between you two. And I get the point that we may delay. We may delay in the development compared to the developed countries, but we have the spirit, you know, like to adapt with the technology, and that's the point that we would like to, you know, earn nowadays, so we could compete with the developed countries. All right, we still have time actually. Maybe we have like another question, one question from the on-site audiences? Okay, yeah, we have one audience. You may ask. Maybe you can come forward, sister. You, yeah, you. Yeah, come forward. I will give you the microphone.
In here, my question may be only one simple question. Hello, Professor Thomas. Can you hear me? Okay. My question may be only one simple question, and this question maybe has similarity with the question before. What is the moral challenges in this VR or ER education method, even in religion or social humanities aspect? Like this.
Okay, moral challenges. Interesting. You get the point, Dr. Thomas?
Yeah, I guess the some of the ethical issues behind using immersive technology. So I guess it depends how the technology is being used. Certainly, you know, there's some practical issues that COVID highlighted. If you're using, for example, shared headsets, virtual reality headsets, no one during COVID wanted to share a headset because of transfer of virus, etc. Ethical issues are around the cost of the devices and who then has access to them. So I think that was where, for example, Google Cardboard and using your smartphone as the device was very powerful, because then anyone could use their own mobile device as a virtual reality platform with a $5 Google Cardboard headset. The issue there being that there's no biometric feedback, and so the virtual reality experiences had to be very short, or else people got motion sickness. So the higher end devices, which obviously cost more, and fewer people have access to, allow you to have that biometric feedback, so that you don't get motion sickness. Yeah, other issues, I suppose, are just around you know, the cost of development for those scenarios, and how can we keep the cost of the development as low as possible. And I think that comes down to the platforms that are used for development. You know, a lot of work has been done around the Microsoft HoloLens, but that was very expensive to develop for. A lot of the devices, head-mounted display devices coming from Meta or Facebook, you have to have a Facebook account to be able to use. I don't agree with intellectual property of Facebook, and so I don't use their equipment, for example. So issues around who owns your data, how is it being tracked, where is that data going when you're using these devices, and is Meta tracking what you're doing on those devices. But it's always an issue with education and technology that most of the tools that we use have not been designed for education. They've been designed for other markets, and we appropriate them in education. I think as technology develops and costs reduce, we have more options for what we can do, and certainly more options for users to own their own devices, rather than having, for example, class sets that are then shared. Yeah, those are some of my thoughts. I'm not quite sure if they address the question fully, but those are certainly some of the issues that we've come across.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, sister.
My name is Alifa.
Alifa from
I am from Unida Gontor.
Oh, Unida Gontor. Okay, applause for sister. Okay, thank you so much. All right, Professor Thomas Cochrane, thank you so much for your time, for your wonderful presentation. You has inspired us that technology may help us to learn more practically and suits our learning methods to the industry, because sometimes there is a gap between our learning process and also the real that happened in. With your proposes VR and AR, we may fill the gap, yeah, bridge the gap between learning process, the industry, the real world indeed. So thank you so much for your time, Professor. We may see you again in our next event, inshallah. Yeah, see you. Bye. Have a good day.
See you. Bye.
All right. Maybe you want to have like a real person coming for us and speak to us on site? Yeah, yeah, of course, because you see one person coming to our stadium, and when the person, the guy, will speak to us. So this is the session. So before I invite the speaker to the stage, I would like to introduce you to the profile. He is Dr. Henry Praherdiono from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Dr. Henry Praherdiono is an expert in educational technology, holding a PhD from Universitas Negeri Malang, which he completed in 2012 after earning his master's degree there in 2003 and a bachelor degree in physics from Universitas Airlangga in 1998. A dedicated lecturer at Universitas Negeri Malang since 2005, he has led significant research projects focusing on curriculum restructuring for transdisciplinary education and the development of digital learning environments that enhance socio-cognitive and socio-emotional skills. His contributions include numerous publications on modern learning design, problem-based learning models, and learning design for self-concept development. Please welcome Dr. Henry Praherdiono. Okay, is it morning or afternoon for you, doctor?
Afternoon.
Morning to the afternoon, okay. Okay, so how are you today, doctor?
Okay,
How are you?
fine lah.
Fine lah, okay. Which one?
Jonglesnya keluar ya.
Oh, okay. Bahasa Indonesia aja ya, Prof ya?
Oke,
Oke, alhamdulillah. Tadi saya lihat Prof pagi-pagi ya sudah datang ke sini. Gimana Prof perasaannya datang ke Kediri, Prof?
Wah, feel-nya kayak pecel tumpang.
Pecel tumpang, wah, udah ngerasain ya Prof ya?
Yes.
Alhamdulillah.
Prof loh, nanti dimarahin.
Oh gitu. Kan doa Prof, boleh ya?
Amin.
Amin, amin. Kita doakan ya teman-teman semua ya. Ya, Profesor hari ini mau mempresentasikan tentang AI-based pedagogy and smart learning for the future of education.
Explain about that.
Iya, dan ini ternyata topiknya dari tadi keluar terus di pertanyaan ya, Prof ya. Sangat-sangat seksi ya, trendy banget nih topik hari ini. Oke, langsung aja kita berikan kesempatan untuk Profesor Henry selama 20 menit ya Prof ya.
Right.
Nanti kita lanjutkan lagi dengan question and answer session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable for us, for participant, speaker ya, speaker banyak sekali dari luar negeri. Kita akan bridgingnya ke bahasa Indonesia aja, tadi udah mulai very tired ya. Wah. Kayak the next. Okay, toward the future of education, implementing AI based smart learning. Ini just a title, but no, enggak berat-berat kok, enggak. Enggak, ini ringan-ringan aja. Enggak seberat itu. Okay, I explain about that. Next. Okay, next slide. Okay, this discussion development smart learning. Saya akan menunjukkan satu kasus saja ya, lebih menarik kayaknya. Okay, maybe a chatbot like Gemini. Wah, Gemini. I'm stunned ya. Gemini or chat, oke, Gemini oke, chat GPT oke. 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 Baik. Back to my presentation. Okay, back to my presentation. Not me. Presentation IAIN Kediri. Okay. In the tab presentation. Okay. Okay. Next. Yang kuning. Yes. Number 3 slide. Slide number 3. Okay. This is about I don't dare discuss negative opinion in AI. Sebenarnya saya tidak tertarik. Kalaupun diajak debat mengenai akibat buruk dari AI. Karena posisi saya ini membridging antara artificial intelligence dengan human intelligence. Posisinya di sana. Next. Nah, ini ada permasalahan ya, Indonesian itu improvement and qualization. Jadi sebenarnya kalau saya mendengar ini, itu ingat ubiquitous. Sekarang jenengan sudah banyak ya, bring your own device, pegang semuanya, semuanya megang HP, Kemudian need a challenge, kemudian efisien dan produktif. Ini menjadi trouble kita selama ini. Oke, next. Oke, prompt. Sekarang yang jadi masalah prompt engineering. This is problem. What is problem? Oke. Close. I'm sorry. Kerjain. Ini misal. Bapak Ibu membuat prompt seperti tadi ya, prompt engineering dehumanisasi di AI itu kayak begini. Buatkan, ketik aja. Paragraf dengan 100 kata mengenai pembelajaran online. Nih, jangan di enter. This is a dehumanization. Ini problem semua anak-anak SD, SMP mencari PR dengan kata ini. Alhasil apa? Yang menjawab adalah, nanti masalahnya yang menjawab itu adalah S3 tab. Confuse nih. Teachernya confuse itu, ngoreksi, waduh. Lah ini kok yang jawab kok S3 tab? Karena memang not specific answer, question. Sehingga masalahnya adalah tidaknya spesifikasi ini menyebabkan pertanyaan ini disebut dehumanisasi. Yang jelas yang jawab akan menjadi mesin. Oke, kita akan nyoba dehumanisasi. Dehumanisasi kita buang, debatnya kita hilangin, kita masuk ke 5W1H. Oke, sekarang kita hapus dikit aja. Kita hapus dikit, oke. Kita hapus, terus hapus sampai paragraf. Buatkan paragraf. Ini kita ganti. Buatkan paragraf dengan bahasa Jawa. Kan sudah mulai spesifik kan? Spesifik. Sebanyak 200 kata. Kemudian shift enter. Oke, 1. Hafalnya 1, bahasa Inggris gampang. 1. Ini yang tidak pernah ditanyakan pada saat 5W1H-nya digunakan. 1. Tema paragraf, titik 2, pembelajaran online. Oke. The main idea-nya nanti kita yang nomor 2 nih. Shift enter. 2. The main idea. Sekarang mulai human, karena human itu harus komplit. Pertanyaan itu harus komplit. Nggak boleh, pertanyaan itu mesin ya. 2. Pokok pikiran paragraf. Titik 2. Pentingnya pembelajaran online di perguruan tinggi. Nah, kelihatan. The third, yang ketiga, keyword. Atau kata kunci. Nah, nanti supaya bahasa Indonesia aja. Kata kunci. Titik 2, IAIN Kediri, koma, belajar, koma, mahasiswa ya, mahasiswa, koma, pembelajaran. Wait, try to enter. Oke. Wow, nice. Umpamanya ini dicek plagiat, insya Allah 0. Asli 0. Kalau nggak percaya coba aja. Because a specific question. Ini bukan mesin yang tanya, ini yang tanya manusia. Kalau yang produk ya tanya banyak, udah banyak. Usually yes, gunung adalah. Tapi coba ditanyakan. Coba sekarang kita nyoba yang di sini. Kalau gunung adalah itu jelas dehumanisasi, jelas. Coba saya Henry, koma, usia saya 9 tahun, koma, saya sekolah di MI Araudo, koma, saya karena anak SD ya, pertanyaannya harus ngikuti algoritmanya anak SD ya. Saya dapat PR dari Bu Guru. Itu. Oke, koma, mohon jelaskan tentang gunung. Right. Can try. Untuk tugas ya. Oke, enter. Oh, dia kan berbeda. Gunung bentuknya bumi yang tinggi dan curam. Biasanya bentuk karena proses geologi. Jadi bukan penjelasan yang rumit. AI itu bukan hanya chatbot. Ini masalah karena Indonesia kenalnya AI ya ini. Bukan. Oke, sekarang plus new tab Bapak. Oke, saya tunjukkan, kita semua akan tunjukkan. Top tools for learning. Enter. Oke, I have 100 survey about the tools yang top ya, tool yang top in learning. Oke, klik. Ini kalau pelatihan 100 hari loh ini. kan 100 ya. 100 tuh. 100. Apa saja AI yang digunakan dalam pembelajaran? Oke, number 1 is YouTube. Number 2 is ChatGPT. Number 2 itu. Number 1 is YouTube. Loh, YouTube itu apanya AI ya? YouTube itu ya AI. Nek enggak percaya itu, silakan dibuka masing-masing HP. Enggak akan pernah sama itu. Not dia AI, ngikuti, dia follower kita, kita ngikuti caranya kita mencari. Searching, find is AI, YouTube, ChatGPT, Google Search, exactly ya. PowerPoint, Zoom, Microsoft Time, all. Hampir semuanya AI, semuanya. Kalau itu dilarang, ya kita nggak pakai apa-apa. Nah, mengapa orang luar itu tidak menyebut AI? Saya tunjukkan, ini rahasianya. Coba plus, new tab lagi. Industri, pakai AI, 5 ya, 5 point, enter, oke. picture ya, gambar, pakai gambar, oke. Diklik yang gambar, oke. This industry, this one, oke, klik, oke, new tab, oke, klik, oke, diperbesar aja, oke. Wah, kelihatan nggak ya? Oke. Now 4 is digitalization. Digitalization era is 4. Digitalization era is 4, industry 4. But now maybe is 5, future. Wah, ini bisa agak nggak bisa diperjelas. Buka lagi, yang langsung aja di webnya, oke. Langsung di webnya aja. Oke, dibuka di websitenya aja. Oke, kita buka di, oke, nih. Yang 5, alhamdulillah tidak pernah menyebut lagi EI. Yang 4 itu tanda-tandanya ada 3 ya, ada 3. 1, connected device, internet. 2, data analytic. 3, artificial intelligence. Jadi kalau masih berdebat tentang artificial intelligence, berarti kita di industri 4. Orang luar sudah bablas. Sudah di 5. 5 ini sudah tidak membicarakan artificial intelligence. Tapi apa? The 5th industrial revolution or industry 5 itu fokusnya adalah cooperation between man and machine, Pak Ojek dengan aplikasi, oke? Jadi sudah tidak nyebut AI, nggak nyebut, udah. Harmony with cognitive dengan computing, kognitifnya computing, itu harmoni, hidup harmoni, itu 5. Orang luar sudah 5. This is problem with me. Apakah di sini sudah masih 4, masih bertahan di 4, atau mau meningkat nggak ke 5? Jadi bagaimana kok meningkat ke sana? Masalahnya satu, kalau nanti ngitung berapa jaraknya kita dengan tempatnya ojek dengan tujuan, itu kalau yang ngitung bukan kecerdasan buatan, ngitung sendiri ya, wah pakai kabel panjang, pakai meteran, disambung-sambung, wah bisa gawat. Atau memanggil Pak Ojek yang paling dekat lah, yang paling dekat, itu AI semua. AI semua, nggak mungkin dipanggil, wah Pak Ojek, come here. Itu AI. Nah inilah 5. Sekarang saya tunjukkan kasusnya. Ini saya risetnya kualitatif, mahasiswa itu nganalisis dalam sehari itu di kami itu bisa 50-100 jurnal. Tapi ternyata setelah kita dekati, ternyata dia tidak menggunakan waktu sepanjang itu. Ternyata cukup 1-2 jam. Kita coba risetnya, kualitatif. Saya hasil depet ke mahasiswa ini. Gimana caranya kok bisa 100 jurnal dalam waktu yang singkat. Oke, kita menggunakan, coba new tab. New tab. Untuk mencari aplikasi AI, to find AI application menggunakan 2 metode. 1, menggunakan teknik kata kunci generator. Yang kedua, teknik kata kuncinya adalah assistive. 2 metode. Kalau yang generator jadinya generatif AI. Oke, kalau yang asisten ini yang banyak digunakan oleh kaum researcher, kaum peneliti. Oke, saya tunjukkan yang generatif dulu, generator. Oke, I'm sorry. Generator. Coba generator, ketik aja di Google-nya. Oke, generator artikel AI, artikel AI. Berarti ada upaya anak mahasiswa ingin menulis artikel dengan cepat. Oke, karena nggak bisa nulis artikel, maka dia menggunakan generator artikel. Kalau nggak bisa gambar, dia generator image AI. nggak bisa bikin video, generator video AI. This is a generative AI. Untuk mencarinya begitu. Jadi ini saya lihat, enter aja, generat. Oh, banyak software untuk menulis artikel. Ribuan. Scroll aja. That's right. Nah, bagaimana reading? Kemampuan reading Indonesia, very, ya, saya dulu juga sama ya. Oke, di situ ada writer. Oke, sekarang kita nyoba mencari jurnal cepat dan tepat. Oke, kita menggunakan asisten. Kalau yang ini asisten ya, assistance. This is assistant software. Oke, please. New tab, oke. Asisten ya, sekarang asisten. Rapid research. Oke, enter. Oke, research. Rapid. Oke. Next. Ini mikro ya. Saya lebih suka kasusnya itu mikro. Asli saya peroleh dari mahasiswa. Itu bagaimana? Oke. Login mungkin. Oke. Kita sign up with Google aja. Oke. Sign up, klik aja sign up. Oke. Scroll ke bawah, dan ada emailnya. Gmail aja, Gmailnya yang ada di situ. Mungkin. Oke. Passwordnya rahasia apa gitu aja lah. Rahasia 1, 2, 3 atau apa gitu. Gmailnya kurang L ya. Yes. Pokoknya ngawur aja. Oke, submit. Sama deh. Oke, sama. Submit. Enggak sama. Enter numbrik. Jadi mungkin rahasia tambahi add 1, 2, 3 atau apalah, bebas. Yang penting ada numbernya. Password match. Oke, submit. Oke, sekarang kita punya alat asisten yang ini untuk ngambil yang namanya jurnal. Back kembali lagi ke yang tadi, Pak. Oke, enggak usah diisi. Yang rapid research tadi sebelahnya. Oke, ke tab sebelahnya. Tab sebelahnya. Oke. I'm sorry. Tab sebelahnya. Oke. Kalau saya yang presentasi yang repot itu. Operatornya. Oke, new tab. Oke, reset rapid. Daftar lagi nanti, enggak ya? Oke. Bentar, ini tergantung amal dan perbuatan sih. Yang tadi, yang sudah mendaftar tadi. Tertutup. Oke. Sign up lagi. Oke. Ada. Oke. Sip, tinggal masuk. Oke, login. Save. Oke, kembali lagi ke reset rabbit-nya tadi. Tab sebelahnya itu loh. Bukan yang itu loh, yang reset rabbit sebelahnya. Tertutup. Ditarik aja, Pak. Ditarik aja, maaf. Ditarik aja itunya. Ininya ditarik aja. Yang ini ya itu tarik aja. Ininya yang hitam-hitam itu tarik. Oke. Yes. Oke, login. Sudah ya? Udah. Oke. First name. Ya, masukkan aja. Oke, last name. Oke, rule. Oke, Oke. Sip. Oke. Next. Oke. Oke. Submit. Ini tarik aja ke atas ya. Submit. Oke. Nah, kita sudah punya paper. Sekarang kita ngambil jurnalnya. Bagaimana ngambil jurnal? Kalau di tarbiyah apa kira-kira jurnal yang dicari? Misalkan yang senangnya apa, Pak? Bapak di bahasa Arab mungkin apa? Tentang apa? Oke. AI and Technology. Oke. Oke, search langsung. Oke, yang nanti biomedik sebelahnya yang semua kanan, yang hijau. Oke, klik. Nah, nanti itu ada beberapa software, berapa item jurnal yang bisa dimasukkan. Tinggal add. Jadi mencarinya itu langsung add. Jadi tidak perlu lagi kita ke Scopus, ke Jana, kemana, tinggal add, kalau cocok klik, kalau cocok klik, gitu. Coba add collection, oke, masuk 1, kemudian yang kedua add collection, kita ambil 4 aja, 4 ini nanti kita bisa memperoleh sekitar 50-an jurnal, 4 ini similar work-nya itu bisa 50-an jurnal, oke, scroll lagi, ada lagi, oke, 4 aja. Udah 5, oke. Terus ditutup. Oke. Nah ini, kita dapatkan sekarang 4 jurnal, select all. Yang di atas itu select all, oke. Nah, kita sekarang sudah bisa, itu jurnal bisa di-download dalam bentuk database Excel. Jadi tanpa perlu apa-apa langsung jadi Excel. Jadi semuanya nanti author, jurnalnya di mana, abstraknya apa, semuanya akan terkuanta menjadi Excel, metode dan sebagainya. Oke. The next similar work. Berarti kita sudah mendapatkan 855 jurnal dalam hitungan enggak sampai semenit lah kalau itu diteruskan. 800. Oke. Itu bentuknya juga sudah bisa kita lihat gitu ya. Bentuknya bisa kita lihat, hubungan jurnalnya sudah kita lihat. Kita coba ngambil jurnalnya Pak. Ini yang dilakukan mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan referensi. Jadi di kami, Universitas Negeri Malang wajib membuat apapun, wajib jurnalnya minimal 50. Karena pakai software. Pakai software. Enggak boleh, kalau pakai manual masuk IGD RSAA. Kalau manual, aduh nangis. Oke, the next step is CSV, sebelah sana itu ada download ya. Ya itu bawahnya. Oke, ada CSV. Itu di download, klik, nanti mendapatkan sekitar 100-an lebih. 100-an. Oke, nah itu dia. Nah, itu ada Excel-nya ya. Oke, itu sudah lengkap. Mari kita lihat ya, lengkapnya kayak apa. Oke, itu ada title, abstrak, author, itu tinggal kita review. Nah, reviewnya juga pakai mesin. Reviewnya juga with AI. Oke, nah ini sudah semuanya, sudah masuk. Sekarang file save as PDF. Kita simpan dulu, nah, tapi ini kita simpan ke PDF. Oke, PDF, CSV-nya diganti PDF, mungkin, oke. Nah, oke, di bawahnya. Oke, itu PDF. Oke, simpan. Nah, sekarang kita membacanya with ini problem berikutnya, the next problem, membaca jurnal dengan aplikasi PDF Reader Chatbot. Next, oke, sudah dapat ya, sudah dapat author atau tadi supaya keluar Pak, supaya keluar di wrap ya, di wrap. Oke, di wrap, dikemas ya, bahasa Indonesianya dikemas. Oke, nah oke. Ya, oke, dapat kan? Udah dapat. Oke. Kita simpan lagi PDF. Semuanya tapi ya, semuanya udah di-wrap Pak ya. Semuanya. Oke. Save as PDF. Oke, save as PDF. Oke, taruh. Oke, PDF. Oke. Oke, next. Ini problem yang kedua, bagaimana membacanya? Problem kedua. Nah, sekarang kita akan membaca menggunakan generatif AI yang lain, yaitu reader. PDF reader, di searching Pak, plus gitu ya. New tab plus, oke. PDF reader GPT, karena tadi ada yang Gemini, PDF sekarang GPT. Oke, itu paling atas itu ada PDF reader. Oke, masukkan PDF reader. Oke, sign up to chat. Klik. Oke. Oke, continue with Google. Oke, jadi ini teknologinya hanya butuh internet. Oke. Loh, human. Oke. Jangan yang institusi, yang tadi aja, yang mana tadi? Ya, Gmail biasa. Oke. Yang GPT reader, yang reader Pak, yang reader. Oke, yang Gmail biasa. Oke. Oke, continue with Google. Oke. Nah, oke. Sekarang yang itu ada gambar apa ini? Ada itu yang keluar apa itu attachment. Nah, itu klik, ambil yang tadi, upload from computer. Oke. Yang letaknya PDF tadi. Oke. Nah, sekarang ini biasanya rahasianya untuk ngoreksi tesis, disertasi. Konangan. Dosen-dosen kalau ngoreksi disertasi ya begini. Jadi coba, metode apa yang paling banyak digunakan? Coba diketik Pak. Metode apa? Metode apa yang banyak digunakan dalam jurnal di atas? Oke, enter. Oke, dia akan membaca. Dia membaca. Oke. Ah, itu keluar sudah. Many studies, nanti ditanyakan gapnya apa, riset yang banyak apa, yang paling sedikit apa, dan banyak bisa ditanyakan, sehingga setiap hari, every day, mahasiswa more than 100 journal to read. Jadi kalau bisa mesti menang. Kalau membacanya memakai manual, mbok sampai kiamat pizzanya kalah. Karena mereka juga memakai alat ini. Jadi memakainya seperti itu. Itu the problem. Problem kita selama ini. Caranya, maka mahasiswa tidak lagi diberikan pertanyaan, the questionnya tidak lagi dipertanyaan, apa itu ini, apa itu, tidak pernah ditanyakan. Tapi projectnya adalah analyze 100 journal. Analyze 100 journal about it, about bla 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 bla. 100 journal analyze. Jadi semakin banyak yang dibaca. Nanti analyze journal from, jadi jangan Inggris saja, bisa jadi from Azerbaijan atau Rusia atau apa gitu ya. Nah, nanti bacanya tetap bahasa Indonesia kayaknya. Bahasanya tetap bahasa Indonesia. Ini usulan dari kami supaya ini ideas from kami di micro teaching, itu ternyata paling berhasil membaca, cara membaca cepat. Ketimbang mahasiswa, ayo kita cari banyak-banyakan jurnal, suruh membaca. Kayaknya nggak masuk. This is, Oke. The problem ini masih masalah. Terus alatnya sudah ada, gratis, tapi tidak pernah dimanfaatkan. Hanya itu aja. The powerful is used and implemented the software for the activity in classroom. Nice. Jadi bukan kuat-kuatan mencari software AI, enggak. Kuat-kuatan mengimplementasikan kayak begini, ini sederhana, tidak rumit, software ya cuman klik-klik aja, tetapi dampaknya heboh. Karena apa? Karena ini not dehumanisasi, tapi berpikir, bekerja, the project, pokoknya sibuk nanti. Wes mahasiswa kalau udah ini sewibuk mencari jurnal dan dosennya juga tidak ada masalah. Karena masalahnya adalah reading. Reading itu, mohon maaf, itu waduh. Saya itu kalau suruh reading itu anak-anak itu Allahu Akbar gitu loh, ya Allah. Padahal reading itu ya, itu utama, Iqra itu utama, ya Allah, itu sudah nasnya dari sana itu masyhur itu, berbaik konten kitab maupun di Al-Quran pun masyhur. Artinya apa? Reading itu berat, sehingga yang dibantu dalam AI itu adalah reading, agar bisa tereksplor, tidak maksimal itu reading. Kalau readingnya enggak, terus mau gimana? Wong awalnya itu reading. Mau digenjot dengan metode apapun, Bapak Ibu membuat teknologi apapun, tidak reading, udah, cetek, enggak bisa. Orang yang hebat pasti readingnya banyak, tapi reading manual masuk IGD. Reading manual masuk IGD. Iya, kacamata tebel. Nah sekarang readingnya tidak boleh manual. Dosen, lecturer, peneliti, researcher, student tidak boleh lagi. Karena apa? Akan terhambat di kemampuan membaca kita. Kan sudah sibuk. Mahasiswa ada berapa mata kuliah. Tapi dengan begini, tiap hari 100 jurnal. 100 jurnal easy, take easy. Simple. Nah, nanti silahkan nanti mencari cara, ini juga bisa digunakan untuk buku-buku. Kemarin kitab-kitab Arab juga kita coba, kita masukkan dan kita baca. Setelah itu validasinya kepada ahlinya, Pak dosennya. Jangan lupa sanad harus tetap. Sanadnya jangan putus, tanyakan kepada ahlinya, tetap ya, validate, divalidasi. Jangan sampai Anda menghakimi sendiri, tanyakan. Tetapi kan bawa bacaan, enggak kosong. This is not activity for learning. No. Enggak, harus bawa 100 buku tebel-tebel 1000 halaman, kita download aja, tidak ada masalah, dari UNESCO book. Silahkan dicari UNESCO book, banyak buku-buku pendidikan, banyak sekali. Itu di-download, kemudian dibaca dengan cara ini. Apa hebatnya buku ini? Nah, pentingnya apa? Bisa jadi riset kayak apa saja. Judul-judul riset yang ada di dalam buku ini apa yang menginspirasi. Itu cara membaca era now. Jadi membaca era now, enggak halaman per halaman. Tetapi konteks, mau apa? Anda mau apa dengan buku itu? Now, AI sekarang adalah membaca. Oke. Mau menggambar image tetap prompt. Tetap perintahnya apa? Tetap silahkan dicari, banyak softwarenya tadi sudah 100 loh. Masa kurang? This is more than 100. Itu yang populer loh, itu yang populer saja. More than. Lebih dari itu. Jadi supaya nanti ini bisa dipraktekkan, saya tidak membawa banyak, saya tidak membawa ilmu banyak. Sedikit ini saya ingin menjelaskan bahwa implementasi digital era yang AI itu. Tetapi besok sebenarnya the next of digital era, yaitu bridging human intelligence with artificial intelligence, atau harmoninya kehidupan kita dengan harmoninya kehidupan di computing. Coba Oke, lantas satu pertanyaan, saya malah kembali lagi. Tadi ditanyakan, apakah guru akan bisa diganti oleh AI? Ini jawabannya, saya tunjukkan. Oke, plus lagi. The question for, tacit, knowledge. Ini yang sudah menerapkan tacit knowledge ini paling banyak adalah orang ekonomi, DJKN. Direktorat Jenderal Kekayaan Negara. Ilmu pendidikan di Kementerian Agama masih belum. Oke, saya ngambil aja DJKN ya. DJKN, Direktorat Jenderal Kekayaan Negara. Oke, enter. Oke, nanti kita image. Oke, image aja. Oke, kita ambil salah satu yang paling depan. Ya, klik. Ini jawabannya if. Nah, ini ada if-nya, kalau program itu ada if-nya. If then gitu ya. Oke, klik aja. Oke. Oke, scroll up. Terus next. Oke. Stop di explicit knowledge. Oke, gambar itu. Oke. Apabila if teacher is to inform, hanya to inform aja, dokumen, kemudian data, record, or file, itu teacher akan digantikan oleh AI. Akan digantikan. Tetapi kalau guru-guru, teacher, itu berada di tacit knowledge yang menjelaskan experience, thinking, komitmen, dan seterusnya, itu tidak pernah bisa digantikan oleh AI. Jadi pilih mana? Menjelaskan explicit knowledge or tacit knowledge. Nah, makanya sekarang kami membentuk karakter building. Jadi teknologi ini habis di 5 industry itu di tacit knowledge. Terakhir di presentasi saya adalah tacit knowledge, tapi kasusnya ini sudah dipakai oleh STAN, oleh DJKN. Di DJKN itu puyeng Bapak Ibu. Rafael, kemudian itu IPK-nya dur-durnya yosek korupsi. Yang salah apa? Yang salah adalah tacit knowledge-nya. Explicit knowledge-nya sudah khatam. Nah, habis sudah, semua undang-undang habis dilahap. Dia tahu caranya, korupsi yang bisa sembunyi itu tahu. Itu explicit knowledge. Tetapi experience, thinking, competence, komitmen, blank. Oke, the future. The future-nya teacher itu ya ini. Tacit knowledge. Ini sudah dipakai oleh DJKN. Insya Allah nanti menyusul Kementerian Pendidikan dan Agama. Demikian, the nice presentation.
Tepuk tangan dulu dong untuk Pak Dr. Henry ya, luar biasa. Pak Henry sebenarnya, saya mau mengawali tanya ini karena excited banget saya dibukakan kunci pintu menuju pengetahuan yang luar biasa ini ya. Bapak, apabila kita melakukan lead review menggunakan research rabbit tadi, apakah di methodnya kita tulis bahwasanya artikel ini di filter menggunakan research rabbit? Oh gitu, boleh
harus,
ya?
Harus.
Oh.
Itu yang Scopus itu menerima.
Oh, menerima ya?
Iya.
Ah, luar biasa ya.
Tidak ada masalah, saya juga pernah nyoba.
Mantap, tepuk tangan sekali lagi.
Ya, mungkin kalau lebih ekstrim lagi nama pertama penjenengan, nama kedua ChatGPT. Tidak ada masalah. Loh, iya.
Iya,
loh,
eksis ya Pak ya?
Ada itu, ada. Tidak ada, no problem. Ya memang begitu.
Okay.
Silahkan dicari, ada artikelnya. Ada, saya juga nyoba kemarin, tapi ya itulah. Ini masih kayak kita ya, ini kita. Kita kayak Indonesian language is bahasa is international language juga kan. Nah itu belum di blow up, belum. Tapi kalau sudah the next, harmoninya manusia dengan mesin, insya Allah Ibu. Insya Allah itu sudah diakui. Kemarin Dikti sudah mengeluarkan, karena kami termasuk membuat, saya masuk dalam pengembangan AI di Direktorat Pendidikan Tinggi, kemarin sudah mengeluarkan AI sudah dapat digunakan. Sudah, asal divalidasi oleh ahlinya. Jadi bukan haram. Jangan mengharamkan teknologi. Saya tidak tertarik debatnya ya. Saya tidak tertarik debatnya. Tapi buktinya di mana letaknya kita masalah ini adalah di explicit knowledge dan tacit knowledge. Kalau kita berdebat berarti explicit knowledge kita jauh lebih besar. Padahal kalau di JKN cuma diberi 5%. Di JKN cuma berani explicit knowledge itu 5%, sedangkan 95%-nya hampir tacit. Kalau itu tidak bisa, AI tidak bisa, komitmen gimana? Gimana? Experience pengalaman itu. Jadi ini adalah upaya nanti sekolah-sekolah itu kurikulumnya harus diarahkan ke tacit knowledge. Kalau explicit knowledge habis kurikulum kita akan dibabat habis oleh artificial intelligence dan kita akan berhenti di industri 4. Tidak bisa ke industri 5.
Oke, sekali lagi tepuk tangan untuk Dr. Henry. Baik, mohon izin Pak, ini saya mau membaca summary dulu dalam bahasa Inggris, selanjutnya kita lanjut tanya jawab, karena ada beberapa audiens yang dari luar negeri juga. Okay, so please let me give you the brief summary of the presentation from Dr. Henry Praherdiono. The presentation is titled AI-based Pedagogy and Smart Learning for the Future of Education. His research focuses on how AI can revolutionize education through personalized learning, real-time feedback, and adaptive learning strategies. He discussed the potential of AI to enhance both students' engagement and the effectiveness of teaching in the digital age using several AI platforms such as Research Rabbit and also PDF Reader. Oke, sekarang now we are going to question and answer session. Sekarang kita akan masuk ke sesi tanya jawab. Untuk teman-teman yang mau tanya on-site bisa langsung raise hand, kemudian maju ke depan. Oke, silakan brother, please come forward.
Baik, sebelumnya perkenalkan nama saya Hakim Reza Saputra. Saya di sini mau bertanya, Pak. Kan yang kita ketahui itu ada beberapa berita itu tentang anak SMP atau SMA itu jelek dalam kemampuan calistung. Dan bahkan mereka itu tidak mampu mengetahui tentang pertanyaan-pertanyaan sederhana seperti nama daerah ataupun nama pahlawan. Nah, mungkin itu disebabkan oleh seringnya penggunaan gawai atau mungkin AI itu ya seperti TikTok, YouTube, dan yang lain-lain. Nah, sarannya Bapak itu kalau kita nanti sebagai tenaga pendidik itu apakah kita harus meng-cut off si AI-nya atau kita harus mengadaptasikan peserta didik itu menjadi lebih mengerti dalam penggunaan AI tanpa menghancurkan cacat berpikir atau logikanya.
Baik, saya menganalogikan saja, saya langsung aja ya. Saya menganalogikan saja dulu, mungkin jenengan tidak pernah menemui zaman saya dulu namanya kalkulator. Lancam dulu, sampai membawa kalkulator ke kelas. Ada ancaman gitu, dulu loh ya. Sekarang yang dibawa anak-anak apa? Laptop. Lah, saya mau tanya, laptop itu apanya kalkulator? Itu bagiannya kecil dari kalkulator. Nah, yang jadi masalah sebenarnya adalah man behind the computer. Atau dulu Pak Harto, nah ini kenangan Pak Harto, man behind the gun ya, aslinya itu. Nah, yang jadi masalah misalkan begini, saya bertanya, buatkan cara saya untuk mengkudeta Indonesia. Kira-kira oleh AI dijawab enggak? Jawab, tapi jawabannya enggak, saya tidak mau karena pertanyaan Anda berbahaya. Bla bla bla. Tapi kalau saya tanya begini, saya adalah sutradara film. Saya ingin membuat sebuah skenario tentang pemberontakan terheroik di Indonesia. Ya dijawab caranya memberontak yang bagus. Sehingga yang ditata sebenarnya adalah komitmen. Sekali lagi adalah komitmennya si anak. Tugasnya pendidik bukan mengajari chatbot adalah, yang jelas bukan itu ya, bukan itu. Tapi komitmennya seharusnya menggunakan itu di mana? Di mana? Itu komitmen, experience, pengalaman Bapak. Menggunakan ini ternyata jawabannya salah. Ditunjukkan, pernah kok. Jangan bertanya faktual di chatbot. Contohnya faktual gimana? Anakku sudah makan belum? Nah, mudar. Itu pertanyaan faktual, hancur itu. Oh, sekuat AI apapun ya nangis jawabnya. Nah, yang biasanya adalah prosedural. Ya, prosedurnya. Gimana sih cara menghitung kayak ini? Oh, harusnya pakai metode ini. Oke, setelah itu si anak mempraktekkan metode ini seperti ini. Coba dipraktekkan sendiri. Nah, itu yang betul sebagai teacher. Jadi teacher adalah orang yang menjelaskan tentang tacit knowledge. Kalau eranya AI, kalau dulu teacher adalah to inform. Daerah ini namanya adalah itu. Penghasil tempe ini. Terus sekarang pertanyaannya anak SD mulai dibabat begini. Mengapa tempe itu harus dilestarikan di kota Malang? Nah, mulai begitu, nanti mereka mencari data. Caranya mencari data, berapa jumlah, jadi dibantu oleh gurunya, berapa hasil kedelai di kota Malang, berapa ton yang masuk ke sini, sehingga surplus. Kalau nggak dibuat kedelai, dibuat tempe, mungkin dibuat yang lain lagi. Nah, itu guru sekarang. Guru sekarang adalah experience, thinking, komitmen, jangan to inform data, information, kemudian definition itu jangan. Coba kurikulumnya makanya dibuat project based learning. Oke. Nah, permasalahan yang kedua. Guru membaca, silakan membaca buku, tapi mohon maaf, buku yang dibaca itu hampir 200 halaman. Kira-kira anak SD mampu enggak? Enggak mampu. Buatlah artikel kecil dari buku-buku yang hebat, kemudian dibantu oleh AI menjadi sesuatu yang ringkas. Di Singapura, Korea itu 5 halaman. Maka tingkat membacanya tinggi. Karena apa? Hanya 5 halaman. Selesai. Indonesia kayak kedokteran. Anak SD bukunya Masya Allah, tebelnya Bapak Ibu. Kasihan saya sampai meyek-meyek itu loh ya. Kasihan saya itu, kasihan. Itulah cita-cita Pak Guru. Bagaimana menyederhanakan yang susah sehingga dia tertarik. Kecil, more than more, kemudian step by step. Itu Pak Guru dan Bu Guru. Insya Allah itu gurunya akan dicari. Memudahkan yang sulit, bukan menyulitkan yang mudah. Itu komitmen. Oke,
baik, terima kasih Pak Henry atas jawabannya, sudah clear ya?
Sudah, terima kasih atas jawabannya.
Sama-sama.
Baik, artinya sekarang tantangan guru kita ini adalah bagaimana memprovide tacit knowledge ya Pak ya? Jadi begitu, wah menarik sekali. Sebenarnya ini saya mau membuka sesi pertanyaan lagi Pak, tapi sayang sekali waktu kita terbatas Bapak Ibu. Setelah ini akan ada penyerahan kenang-kenangan dari Fakultas Tarbiyah IAIN Kediri kepada Bapak Dr. Henry. Kami mohon untuk panitia menyiapkan kenang-kenangan yang akan diberikan kepada Bapak Dr. Henry. Dan kami mohon kepada Ibu Profesor Dr. Hajah Munifah selaku Dekan Fakultas Tarbiyah untuk berkenan memberikan penghargaan kenang-kenangan dari Fakultas Tarbiyah IAIN Kediri kepada Bapak Dr. Henry Paherdiano SSI MPD. Okay, to give you some context, this is this is the award given by the Faculty of Tarbiyah to Dr. Henry Praherdiano from Universitas Negeri Malang. The gift is awarded by the Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah, Profesor Dr. Hajah Munifah. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Okay, beautiful certificate, beautiful award given to Dr. Henry. Terima kasih. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Pak Dr. Henry yang telah menyempatkan diri ya ke IAIN Kediri dan juga memberikan enlightenment ya, pencerahan tentang bagaimana sih menggunakan AI. Baik, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes break for you before we continue to the next speaker. So if you guys need to go to the restroom or something, we have like 5 minutes. And then afterward, we will continue to the next speaker from Turkey and Pakistan.
Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, established in response to the concerns of religious leaders in Kediri and its surroundings. This higher education institution began with the establishment of the EIN Preparatory School, or SPEIN, based on the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia number 89, dated October 1st, 1962. In subsequent developments, based on the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia number 66, dated September 9, 1964, the Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri was established and inaugurated at the Kediri Regency, Pendopo on October 1st, 1964. In 1965, through the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia number 20, dated July 1st, the Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri was officially established as the Faculty of Usuluddin Institut Agama Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel. Subsequently, based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 11, dated March 21st, 1997, the Faculty of Usuluddin in Kediri was declared as an independent higher education institution under the name Sekolah Tinggi Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, or STAIN Kediri. As a process of transformation, based on the Presidential Regulation of the Republic of Indonesia number 26, dated April 7, 2018, STAIN Kediri transformed into the Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, or IAIN Kediri, with a vision of becoming a distinguished, internationally recognized higher education institution in the development of science, Islamic studies, and Indonesian studies. IAIN Kediri is committed to providing quality and professional education and teaching, enhancing internationally standard research and studies, and devoting itself to community development. Currently, IAIN Kediri manages 4 faculties at the undergraduate level, the master's level, and the doctoral level. The 4 faculties at the undergraduate level consist of Faculty of Usuluddin and Dakwah, the Faculty of Tarbiyah, the Faculty of Syariah, and the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business. The postgraduate program is divided into 7 study programs for the master's level, and 1 study program for the doctoral level. As an effort to enrich references for the academic community, IAIN Kediri manages a national standard library, accredited A, providing various books and journals in print and digital form, and a comfortable reading room. As part of institutional development, IAIN Kediri has established cooperation both in academic and non-academic fields at national and international levels. In addition to student academic developments, IAIN Kediri also supports various non-academic activities, providing various opportunities for organizations and enhancing various skills through student activity units. IAIN Kediri being excellence with Islamic values.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the plenary session of International Conference on Education, ICOE 2024, with the theme Education in the Digitalized Era, Navigating Trends and Innovations for Future Education. All right, after 5 minutes break, I assume that you are a lot more ready, to listen to the next speaker, because we have like a very valuable speaker from Sinop University, Turkey. So please let me say hi to Associate Professor Gul Erkol Bayram. Sorry for mistakenly spelling your name. Good afternoon, Miss Bayram. Hello, Miss Bayram. Okay, is it correct? I call you Bayram.
Yes, you say my name very rightly. Thank you so much.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much then. Okay, so before I give you the time to present your presentation, I would like to read your profile to the audiences so they may know you better. Dr. Gul Erkol Bayram is an associate professor and vice dean at the tourism faculty of Sinop University in Turkey. She is holding a PhD in tourism management from Sakarya University with over 17 years of experience in the tourism sector, including positions as a professional tour guide and guest relations manager. Her research primarily focuses on women empowerment and the tourism industry, sustainable tourism, and cultural tourism. Dr. Bayram has published extensively and edited books on subjects such as women in business and post-disaster tourism resilience. In addition to her academic contributions, she serves on the editorial boards of several international journals and is a frequent keynote speaker at global conferences on tourism and hospitality. Today, Associate Professor Gul Erkol Bayram's presentation is titled Innovations in Tourism Education, Preparing for the Digital Age. Okay, so Ms. Bayram, you will be given 20 minutes for the presentation and the rest 15 minutes for the question and answer session. Please, time is yours.
Thank you so much for your kind presentation for me, and thank you so much, dear organizing team. Firstly, Professor Gafur and also Professor Burhanuddin, for great organization. I would like to say this. Also, welcome to all dear members of the Second International Conference on Education. Today, I would like to topic say about regarding tourism education. Um, we know that tourism and also many other sector has been changed after post-COVID times. We have witnessed many different issues, challenges, and also opportunities after these times regarding technology and innovative ways. We have some problems regarding distance learning, but also this brings us new opportunities for many educational areas. Firstly, maybe we can look to transformational learning theory, since it is so related today's topic, I think. Transformational learning theory emphasizes the process by which individuals critically reflect on their experiences, and it leads to a shift in this perspective and understanding. In this context of tourism education, TLT is crucial as it prepares future professionals to adapt to the rapidly changing industry landscape by fostering critical thinking, self-awareness, and the ability to engage with diverse cultural contexts, and ultimately enhancing their capacity for innovative problem solving in real-world scenarios. After hard times, we know that education always direct with different ways to deal with these problems. And one of these is learning theory. And today I will take this theory, transformational learning, since mostly related with our educational types. Also, as I mentioned before, COVID-19 has changed our life, not only education, but also our management, our marketing styles, our consumer behavior. So if we wish to look deeply to tourism education, we have to analyze COVID-19 effects, and also COVID-19 effects in tourism education. There are pros when we talk about COVID-19 trends. Firstly, it gives us enhanced digital learning tools. It increases flexibility in education. We can do our educations in anywhere and also any places. And it gives us greater accessibility for diverse learners, and it improved industry collaboration since since before COVID-19, it is not possible to access big companies in tourism industry, but after that we can have a great access and easy to find a way to connect with them, and it gives us to be focused on health and safety training, since before COVID-19, we cannot know some health problems in face-to-face learning in classrooms. There are too many students in classroom, and sometimes it is not gives us safety learning within the context of healthy. But after that, we learned that we have to take care our students healthy and also safety. And finally, it emphasized on sustainability practices. Also, there are some disadvantages and cons of COVID-19. Firstly, it reduced face-to-face interaction. I think many educators are worried about the results of online education styles. Even it gives us priorities online education. It also be thinking of face-to-face interaction cannot be possible as before. And we have some challenges in maintaining engagement between students and educators, and also between students and students. Potential technology disparities and limited hands-on experience opportunities. For example, we have too much opportunities in our universities and also in our schools, but after that it is not possible to have chance, I mean from the regarding of students perspective, students cannot have a chance to access opportunities in universities and in-person types, and we have risk of oversaturation in online courses and difficulty in assessing practical skills. I have a point on the last issue. Since in tourism education, we mostly use in practical lessons. We learned our students theoretical ways, but then we practice our theoretical information in the real life. We send our students to hotels and also to a travel agency and to the restaurants to practice their theoretical learning. And also qualitative research in understanding educational dynamic is so important when we understand to innovative ways. Firstly, qualitative research provides in deep insights into the experiences and perceptions of students in tourism education, revealing how they navigate the digital learning information environments and adapt to new educational paradigms. And secondly, by learning the viewpoints of educators, qualitative research uncover the challenges and strategies they employ in delivering effective tourism education, and particularly in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. And it gives insights gained from qualitative studies can guide curriculum designers in creating relevant and responsive educational programs that align with the needs of both students and the tourism industry. I mean, TLT for tourism education is so effective and useful ways when we think about the connection of technology and education. If we want to integrate TLT for future tourism profession, it gives us some implications. Firstly, TLT encourage for future tourism professionals to develop critical thinking abilities, enabling them to analyze complex situations and make informed decisions in a dynamic industry landscapes. Through transformational learning, students gain a deeper understanding of diverse cultural contexts, which is essential for providing inclusive and respectful tourism experiences in a globalized world. And also, TLT foster an adaptive mindset, equipping future professionals with the skills necessary to navigate and responds effectively to the rapid changes and challenges within the tourism sector. It is very important if we want to analyze innovative ways in tourism education. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are so important topics, I think. Firstly, artificial intelligence and machine learning can personalize tourism education by analyzing student data to tailor learning experiences, ensuring that content is relevant and engaging. This adaptive approach helps educators identify individual learning styles and needs, ultimately improving students' outcomes in a digital environment. Integrating EL and ML into tourism education equips students with essential skills for future job market. By understanding these technologies, future professionals can leverage data analytics for decision making, enhance customer experiences through automation, and stay competitive in an increasingly tech-driven industry. Both topics, artificial intelligence and machine learning, is a great context types of educational areas. So I suggest to you, if anyone wish to understand more, to read more articles and more research regarding EL and ML separately. Utilizing design thinking for problem solving in educations. If we change our type in education, we now use hybrid mode in online and also in person. We can say that our students can have a problem to solve regarding educational outputs, but we have to find a way to make a solution for this. Firstly, by applying design thinking principles, educators can foster a culture of experimentation and feedback, encouraging students to develop innovative solutions to complex problems in the tourism through collaborative and hands-on projects. And also, design thinking emphasizes understanding the needs and experiences of students, allowing educators to create more relevant and engaging learning environments that address real-world challenges in tourism education. One of the important topics in tourism education is tourist guidance lessons and tourist guidance department. Since we have to encounter with tourists face to face, mostly in cultural tours. Maybe you can see different types of tour guides in your country and also in your neighborhood. Many of them in person in their job, but after digital transformation, our way to connect with tourists has been changed also. Firstly, digital transformation in tourist guidance involves the integration of advanced technologies such as mobile applications, augmented reality, virtual tours, enhancing the visitor experiences and accessibility to information. Utilizing big data analytics allows tourism professionals to gain insights into traveler experience, preferences, and behaviors, enabling personalized recommendations and improved service delivery in tourist guides. As digital tools evolve, there is a critical need for ongoing training and skill development for tourism professionals to effectively utilize these technologies and adapt to the changing consumer experiences. We have to look to innovative technologies in education from the student's perspective. Firstly, engagement with tools. Students express a strong interest in utilizing innovative technologies such as virtual reality and mobile applications, which enhance their learning experiences and provide practical insights into tourism industry. Many students highlight the importance of collaboration platforms that facilitate networking with industry professionals, allowing them to gain the real-world experiences and build valuable connections for future employment. And students recognize the necessity of being adaptable in a rapidly evolving digital landscape, emphasizing the need for continuous learning and skill development to stay relevant in the tourism sector. There is a shift to virtual learning environments in our current life. It comes with transformative educational experiences. The shift to the virtual learning environments in tourism education has developed the way knowledge is imparted, enabling interactive and immersive learning experiences through the use of digital tools, fostering collaboration among students globally and allowing for the real-time feedback and assessment that enhances engagement and retention of more information. And also, global access to the higher education through online learning is possible after COVID-19. Expanding educational opportunities platforms have democratized access to the higher education, allowing students from diverse geographical and socio-economic backgrounds to pursue tourism education, thereby fostering inclusivity and equipping a global workforce with essential skills for the evolving tourism industry. We have some challenges and opportunities in multicultural vocational education. Firstly, cultural diversity as a strength. Multicultural vocational education leverages diverse cultural perspective, enhancing the learning environment, fostering creativity, innovation, and adaptability among students in tourism education. When we wish to integrate vocational education, it gives us the rise of platforms, digital platforms, and it presents opportunities for global collaboration, allowing students to engage with their peers and industry professionals from various cultural backgrounds, enhancing their global competencies. And also, there is too much vocational schools in around the world, and there is a cons in language barriers as a weakness. Language differences can hinder effective communication and understanding in multicultural classrooms, potential impacts student engagement and the overall learning experiences in vocational education. Institutional resistance to adopt multicultural approach can limit the effectiveness of vocational education programs, posing a threat to the development of culturally competent professionals in the tourism industry. And strategies for effective online tourism education. Firstly, we can engage learning experiences, implementing interactive and multimedia-rich content in online tourism education, enhancing student engagement and retention, and fostering a deeper understanding of complex concepts while accommodating diverse learning styles through varied instructional models. And we have some essential skill for 21st century tourism professional when we connect the innovative ways. Firstly, master of digital tools and platforms is essential for tourism professionals, enabling them to effectively engage with customers, analyze data, and enhance service delivery in a tech-driven environment. Understanding and appreciating diverse cultures is crucial for tourism professionals as it fosters inclusive practices and enhances customer experiences in an increasingly globalized tourism market. And finally, we are talking about too much resilience issues after the innovative issues can arise with the COVID-19 times. The ability to quickly adapt to changing circumstances and recover from setbacks is vital for tourism professionals, ensuring they can navigate industry disruptions and meet evolving consumer expectations. And there is a time to talk about rethinking curriculum to meet industry demands. To effectively prepare future tourism professionals, curricula must be continuously updated to reflect the latest industry trends, technologies, and consumer behavior, ensuring that graduates possess relevant skills and knowledge that meet the evolving demands for tourism sector. The future of tourism education trends and predictions with the comes with to see stronger emphasis on sustainability and ethical practices, preparing students to address global challenges such as climate change and cultural preservation, while promoting responsible tourism practices in their professional careers. As the tourism industry increasingly relies on technology, future educational programs must prioritize digital competencies, equipping students with skills in data analytics, social media marketing, and virtual customer engagements. Finally, when I finish my words, I would like to advise all educators and students to learn innovative ways in tourism education with new papers, new events, and also mostly on academical parts. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you can like my topics and like my research area. You know that tourism is a very important issue in our life since it gives us too much priorities to the countries and also communities. With tourism, we develop and also we can see our future with a great insight. So we have to more focus on tourism education and also all types of tourism issues. Thank you so much for listening to me. I really appreciate my dear colleagues to give my chance to talk about my research. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bayram. So we still have like 5 minutes. I will give my audience some context by giving them a short summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia and give them a question and answer session. Baik, baru saja kita menyimak presentasi dari Associate Professor Gul Erkom Bayram dengan judul Inovasi dalam Pendidikan Pariwisata Mempersiapkan Era Digital. Tadi Profesor Bayram berfokus pada pengintegrasian perangkat digital dan strategi pembelajaran eksperiensial ke dalam pendidikan pariwisata. Beliau membahas pentingnya mengembangkan keterampilan seperti kemampuan beradaptasi dan komunikasi lintas budaya yang penting bagi para profesional di industri pariwisata global, dan beliau juga meng-highlight ya urgensitas dari topik ini, yaitu pendidikan pariwisata di zaman sekarang di mana manusia sudah tinggi mobilitasnya gitu ya. Jadi ini adalah topik yang trendy. Baik, so going to the question and answer session, I would like to give the opportunity to the audiences on site. Who would like to ask Dr. Bayram? Please raise your hand. And if you are joining from the Zoom meeting platform, please drop your questions in the chat box. Do we have questions in the chat box, Pak Soleh? No, yeah, no question in the chat box. All right then, thank you so much, Dr. Bayram, for the wonderful presentation. And yeah, we would like to see you again in the next occasion. Inshallah. Yeah. Okay, have a good day. Have a good day.
Have a
Thank
good day,
you.
dear sister. Thank
All right. Okay then. So, we are going to our last speaker coming from Pakistan. His name is Dr. Muhammad Yasin. So please let me say hi to Dr. Yasin. Good afternoon, Dr. Yasin. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran jazilan ya Dokter. So Dr. Muhammad Yasin, coming from National Textile University, Faisalabad, Pakistan. Doctor, please let me introduce you to my audiences by reading some profiles. So Dr. Muhammad Yasin is an assistant professor of Islamic Studies at National Textile University, Faisalabad, Pakistan, holding a PhD from the Islamia University, Bahawalpur, where his thesis focused on change of sex and its validity in Islam. His expertise encompasses gender studies, Islamic law, and education, proficient in English, Urdu, Punjab, and Saraiki. Dr. Yasin has made significant research contribution, publishing in esteemed journals and receiving recognition for his excellence in research and teaching, including the Best Youth Influencer and Outstanding Researcher Award. In addition to his academic responsibilities, he serves as the convener of Quran Society and actively participates in national and international academic events addressing topics related to Islamic teachings and contemporary societal challenges. Welcome, Dr. Muhammad Yasin from National Textile University, Faisalabad, Pakistan. All right, Doctor. Today we will give you 20 minutes for the presentation. And afterward, we will have like 15 minutes for the question and answer session. So now, time is yours. Excuse me, Dr. Yasin is...
Yeah, just a minute. I'm going to share my presentation. Is it visible to all? Yeah, is it visible to you all, please?
Yeah.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, but your voice is a bit unclear.
Now, please. Is it clear now?
Yeah, clearer. Yeah, better.
Okay.
Better.
Okay. Bismillah. Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I'm thankful to the faculty of Tarbiyah Institute, Agma Islam Nagari, Kedri, Indonesia. And to save the time, I'm going to start. And my topic of the presentation is innovative technologies in Islamic education for higher education. Yeah. Islamic education, deeply rooted in tradition, offers immense potential for innovation when integrated with modern technologies. With the rise of digital tools and pedagogical advancements, Islamic higher education institutions can leverage these technologies to enhance learning outcomes, accessibility, and engagement. This paper presents innovative yet practicable technological strategies for Islamic education, emphasizing their global relevance and potential to bridge tradition and modernity. And the objective of this presentation is, number one, to modernize Islamic education through the integration of cutting-edge digital tools, to foster critical thinking and problem solving among students while maintaining the essence of Islamic teachings. to increase accessibility to Islamic education worldwide through online platforms, to improve student engagement and interaction using interactive technologies, and to create a dynamic educational experience that resonate with the digital generation. And the key innovation points are that many universities already use LMS platforms like Moodle or Google Classroom, which are free or have low operational costs. These systems can be enhanced by integrating Islamic education content, Quran recitation, modules, tafsir database, and hadith resources into a structure easily accessible format. Institutions can collaborate to create shared repository of Islamic education materials in the database. And then universities can easily record lectures from esteemed scholars and make them available as podcasts or videos. This allows students to access Islamic education anytime, anywhere. And affordable tools like Zoom, YouTube, or podcasting software can be utilized to make this content widely available at minimum cost. Universities can encourage students to use free or low-cost Islamic study apps such as those that facilitate Quran memorization like Tartil or IQuran or offer access to fiqh and hadith collection. Institutions can collaborate to create in-house mobile apps with specific Islamic studies contents, and these can be launched with minimal technical requirements. Universities can set up online forums either through existing LMS platforms or via free open sources software like Discourse to facilitate students discussing on Islamic jurisprudence, philosophy, and ethics. These forums can allow students to engage with scholars, discuss contemporary Islamic issues, and share interpretations, encouraging effectively learning and dialogue. Many online Islamic resources, including digitized versions of classical texts, contemporary Islamic research papers, and video lectures are available free of cost. Universities can curate these open educational resources into course syllabi, allowing students to access high-quality educational content without significant costs. This also promotes the spirit of sharing knowledge across institutions globally. And then by using a blended learning model, universities can combine face-to-face teaching with online resources, reducing the need for high-tech infrastructure. In a flipped classroom approach, students study Islamic texts or recorded lectures at home and engage in active discussion or problem-solving sessions during class time, utilizing minimal technology while enhancing the learning process. Social media platforms like WhatsApp, Telegram, or Facebook groups can be used for informal learning and discussion in Islamic studies. Faculty members can create groups where they share Islamic articles, videos, and facilities, group discussions, etc. These platforms are free and widely accessible, especially in regions with limited technological infrastructure. And now we come towards the implementation strategies. You can apply these tools or these methods into 4 phases. On the first phase, assessment survey, the current technological capabilities and infrastructure in the university, identify which free or low-cost technologies can be quickly adopted. Then come on the second phase, then pilot program, select a few courses to test these innovations, starting with online discussion, forums, and recorded lectures, and then gather feedback from the students and faculty. And then on third phase, full integration, gradually roll out more innovations such as mobile apps and blended learning methods across various Islamic studies programs. And on the fourth phase, collaboration. Partner with other Islamic universities to share best practices, digital resources, and tools to reduce individual costs. And now, which type of the challenges can be faced by adopting these technologies? In Muslim world, Islamic education is steeped in tradition, with many educators and institutions preferring conventional methods such as face-to-face learning, memorization, and mentorship. This cultural adherence to tradition can resistance toward integrating modern technology. Many fear that digital innovations may dilute the spiritual and authentic nature of Islamic teachings, which creates a barrier to adopting new approaches in education. And then many universities in Muslim majority regions, especially in developing countries, face limited financial resources. Implementing modern technologies such as purchasing hardware, maintaining IT infrastructure, and training staff can be costly. Financial challenges can deter institutions from investing in technological solutions, hindering their ability to offer modernized education that competes globally. And a significant challenge is the digital divide, which refers to unequal access to technology and the internet. Students in rural or underserved areas often lack reliable internet connections or access to digital devices, which creates a gap between those with technology and those without. And this inequality affects the ability of students from poor regions to benefit from innovative educational tools. And many educators in Islamic higher education institutions may lack the necessary digital literacy to effectively use and integrate modern technologies into their teaching. In Pakistan, especially during COVID-19 situation, we find that number of teachers were there who did not know how to use the modern digital equipment to deliver their lecture. So they have to face a number of issues to convey their lectures to the students. And Islamic studies have
Halo,
traditionally
Assalamualaikum.
relied on
Burung harus metu ruangan nih loh.
Islamic studies have traditionally relied.
Ya Allah, mesti wis menikmati makan-makan nih mesti.
I'm sorry for the technical issue, Dr. Yasin. You may continue.
Oh alah.
Yeah, please, can you make them to view?
Oh, alah. Bu, sing terkait ambek
Okay, Islamic studies have traditionally relied on in-person interaction and textual analysis, so there is often a gap between traditional methods and the skills needed to navigate digital platform apps and online resources because the teachers teaching the Islamic studies are not ready to accept the modern innovation. And then one of the key challenges in implementing innovative technologies is maintaining the balance between adopting modern educational tools and preserving the sacredness and depth of Islamic teachings. Educators and scholars may worry that AI-driven platforms of digital tools could oversimplify complex Islamic concepts, leading to superficial understanding or misinterpretation of important religious knowledge. And to conclude, we can say that the integration of innovative technologies in Islamic higher education faces several challenges, including cultural resistance, financial constraints, the digital divide, and concern over preserving tradition. However, with the right strategies, focusing on affordable technologies, capacity building, and carefully balancing tradition with innovation, these challenges can be addressed. By embracing technology as a tool to support and enhance Islamic education, universities in the Muslim world can ensure that they remain relevant and accessible to the modern generation of students. Thanks for patience listening, please.
But okay, thank you so much for the presentation, Dr. Yasin. Please give me a short time to give my audiences a brief summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. Baik, tadi Dr. Yasin baru saja memaparkan tentang modernisasi pendidikan Islam melalui teknologi digital. Karyanya meneliti bagaimana perangkat digital yang terjangkau ya, seperti aplikasi seluler dan juga sistem manajemen pembelajaran yang dapat membuat pendidikan Islam lebih mudah diakses dan interaktif. Dr. Yasin juga menyoroti bagaimana inovasi ini menjembatani kesenjangan antara tradisi dan modernitas dalam pembelajaran Islam. Nah, okay, so if you have questions to Dr. Yasin and you are on site, please raise your hand and come forward to communicate directly to Dr. Yasin. And if you are joining online, please unmute your microphone or drop your question in chat box. Any question? Okay, we have one sister to ask. Okay, please sister, come forward. I will give you the microphone.
Okay, Isman Alian Ulkia Soalia, Doktor. Thank you for very insightful explanation that the dominant for the fact of the management of the digitalization in an Islamic institution. That the dominant in the real fact which is occur in the Indonesia especially, there are several educational institutions which has rules that do not allow the use of mobile phones or access to the digital platform. But on the other side, the output from the student are still be able to compete after graduated from the boarding school. So how about your opinion, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Yasin, pardon me, you get the point of the sister? The question of the
Yeah,
sister?
please. As I also served in a public sector institution for about 18 years, and where the students are not allowed to use the mobiles. And on the weekend, they're allowed to call or talk with their parents. The reason behind this is mobile in a positive way. In institutions, we are especially observed while delivering the lecture that most of the students spend their time in social media activities, so they do not concentrate on their lecture. But at first stage, we have to make our students to realize that they should not use these gadgets only in social media just for wasting the time. They can use it for getting the knowledge about their lecture or about their other, we can say that subjects they are going to study in the next lecture. And I think after 5 to 10 years, the student's knowledge will be more, I think, yes, it's more than the teacher, as they are using the social media, especially the lectures in hand. The teachers should motivate the students to use AI tools, but they should use it wisely. They should not depend upon them while using or getting the knowledge about Quran and Hadith or other things. They should verify these Hadith or the Quranic verses. Now it is very easy to verify an Hadith. The Hadith which has been mentioned by the AI, we can write that Hadith or its translation on Google, and we can go directly to Sahih Sita and read those books in which the Hadith are present. And the same thing is with the Quranic verses. And all these AI tools, they have no any wisdom. We have to learn prompt engineering, first of all. If we give them the proper prompt, then we will be able to get the proper knowledge from them. Unfortunately, in institutions, the teachers do not teach the students how to use the right prompt for using the AI tools. I don't know what is the reason behind that. It's my personal opinion that we should educate our youngsters to use these technologies in a proper way. And if they are addressed properly, we can find that our students can get more knowledge than those students who do not use it. Yes, please.
Get the point, sister. Dr. Yasin, for the night between you two. We still have a little bit time. If you maybe have another questions to Dr. Yasin, both the audiences on site as well as the audiences in Zoom meeting platform. Any? I think it's all. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Yasin. It's a very inspirational presentation of you to give the insight on the modernization of Islamic education. And I would like to congratulate you personally, since the Pakistan has surpassed the population number of the biggest Muslim in the world. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that Pakistan has surpassed the population number. Previously, it was Indonesia, yeah, the biggest Muslim population, and now it is Pakistan. Is it correct?
Yeah, yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
Sure, yes, you're right.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah.
Miss Moderator, I want to.
Oh,
I have a
you wanna
question.
ask, sir? Yes, please, please.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me because I be behind. Want to have a question. Mr. Dr. Muhammad Yasin, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Yeah,
wabarakatuh.
yeah, thank you very much for your presentation today. And yeah, the same. Pakistan is the biggest people Muslim in the world. Maybe the same Indonesia.
Yeah.
And then just it is in my opinion in Pakistan every if I I get information from the media. Yeah, sometime like have the crowded, it's, and then if see about the from the context the Muslim, and then we AI technology, and then yeah, I see if Muslim will have a radical opinion is the they get the system AI because the AI like in Indonesia, so many people radical Muslim say is the from the West, is the system from the West, is the yeah kafir maybe yes kafir maybe. Is the you what about in your countries is not get the like the opinion or have same this in your countries. It is I want to now because I very interesting in the media, and I see Benazir Bhutto and the kill from the stars. I think it's country is no safety maybe. Yeah, it is. I want to. What about relation to system education, technology education, and then religion is maybe controversial, I think. And then if you country, what about that? Like that.
Okay, you
Uh,
get the point, Dr. Yasin.
yes, I get the point. Basically, uh, in Pakistan, the people are not using the social media in a proper way because we find that a number of things are present there which have no authenticity. And we are surprised to find out the things that they are totally unauthentic. But as people haven't a proper knowledge, so without checking the authenticity of any hadith, they put it on social media. The main reason is this. Today I discussed in my class that in subcontinent, especially, these social medias have become so cheaper that people can easily use it. And the people even who do not have the sound knowledge of the religion, they are using or misusing it. They are making their own ahadith by their own self and put in the social media. They are totally wrong. Due to these things, sometimes it happens that the people gather in crowds and they commit such things which are not, we can say, acceptable in Islam. So I think this is a main problem, especially in the those countries where the education, we can say that it is not a high rate of education uh, in those areas. Furthermore, uh, AI is now being used in Pakistan too, in different institutions. And I think before joining this conference, I sent my class, gave them two ahadis, go to the library or somewhere else, sit together and find out the things from using the social media or by using the e-libraries or go to the libraries and find out the relevant things about these areas. And the student just return 2 or 3 minutes back with their, we can say, with their collection. And in this way, in the universities, I think the students and teachers are using this media properly nowadays, especially after COVID 2019. The situation has been totally changed. And I think the same situation is present in Indonesia and other Muslim countries. I think because we have the same nature, especially I think being a Muslim. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yasin.
Okay, thank
Bapak Ras.
Rasman, yes. Yeah, thank you. Jadi, this is no problem in your countries, the technology information and if harmonize with the religion in your countries, sir, like this.
Yes, it's no problem, Mr.
Yes,
Usman.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. Yeah, I think they have a problem because yes, have a problem because system from the West, education from the West, and then we in the Asian, the specification of the Muslim, because any countries, yes, sometimes we have the group, yes, the group resistance from the one system.
Yes,
Is
sir.
the for the example, is in our country, sometimes we have a group radicalism, yeah, and
Yes,
then
disagreement
I
always
think in your
exists.
country is no
That's
problem. Okay,
yeah.
thank
Thank
you.
you so
Okay,
much, Mr. Usman,
yeah,
for the questions.
yeah,
And thank you
yeah.
so much, Dr. Yasin, for the beautiful presentation. It has been enlightening us and inspiring us to learn better and integrate better the technology within education. Thank you so much. And see you again in the next occasion and have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached in the end of this core event, the plenary session. Afterward, we will go to the panel session. And I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the speakers, Professor Dr. Haja Munifa from Indonesia, Dr. Khairul Azhar Jamaluddin from Malaysia, Associate Professor Thomas Cochrane from Australia, Dr. Henry Praherdiano from Malang, Associate Professor Gul Erkol Beyram from Turkey, and Dr. Muhammad Yasin from Pakistan. And yeah, we hope this session has been beneficial and provided you with new insight that can be applied in your respective fields. Please stay tuned for our upcoming events because as mentioned by our dean that this event will be held annually. So next year we will have this kind of event again. With that, I, Maziatul Muslima, would like to take my leave. See you again in future events. Have a good time and stay inspired. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you very much, Ibu Maziatul Muslimah MPDI, for guiding us in a plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have the parallel session, but before that, let me give you some information related to parallel session. Please give me time for a few minutes and allow me to speak Bahasa Indonesia. So talking about parallel session, akan ada 7 ruangan nanti. Untuk yang 4 ruangan akan disediakan untuk yang on-site participants dan 3 ruangan untuk online participants. For on-site participants akan diadakan di Gedung M, nanti akan ada panitia yang memandu Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudari untuk menuju Gedung M. Ada di Gedung M di lantai 1. Untuk pembagian roomnya bisa dicek di program book yang sudah kami deliver melalui WhatsApp group. Untuk berikutnya akan kami berikan pengumuman lebih lanjut. Yang pertama yaitu untuk makan nanti akan dibagikan oleh panitia for lunch, dan untuk sholat nanti bisa dilaksanakan di musola perpus lantai 1 atau di bawah, karena ini adalah gedung perpustakaan, jadi Bapak Ibu bisa langsung menuju ke lantai 1 untuk sholat. Yang kedua yaitu mohon perhatiannya, parallel session akan dimulai pukul 13.30 di Gedung M. Sekali lagi mohon perhatiannya, parallel session akan dimulai pukul 13.30 di Gedung M. Nanti akan diarahkan untuk menuju Gedung M dan terbagi sesuai dengan parallel session, hanya satu perbedaannya, sebentar. Jadi untuk parallel session yang semula di program book ada di Gedung M, ruang 202 akan berubah di ruang kantor PPG. Nanti akan ada panitia yang mengarahkan. Lalu yang ketiga, kami umumkan juga bagi peserta kiriman dari tiap prodi, mohon untuk bisa hadir menjadi audiens di ruang parallel session di Gedung M dengan ketentuan sebagai berikut, yaitu TBI dan PAI akan berada di room 1, mahasiswa prodi PBA dan TM akan ada di room 2, mahasiswa prodi PGMI dan TBINDO akan ada di room 3, dan mahasiswa prodi IPA dan MPI ada di room 4. Pengumuman berikutnya, khawatir Bapak Ibu, nanti akan ada coffee break yang dilaksanakan di Gedung M, ya, untuk menyemangati Bapak Ibu tetap stay tune di parallel session. Dan kami mohon jangan lupa juga untuk mengisi presensi di tiap-tiap ruangan. Yang berikutnya yaitu sertifikat akan diberikan H+3. Sertifikat akan diberikan H+3 langsung dikirim di email masing-masing Bapak Ibu. Dan yang terakhir yaitu proses penerbitan artikel di proceeding kurang lebih akan berlangsung selama 1 sampai 2 bulan. Presenter dimohon untuk wajib mengupdate setiap tahapannya, jadi nanti akan masuk ke dalam sistem ya. Kami mohon untuk presenter bisa wajib mengupdate setiap tahapannya. Berikutnya presenter juga wajib untuk submit kembali apabila ada revisi untuk artikelnya, agar artikelnya dipublish sesuai dengan harapan Bapak Ibu presenter, di mana yang terbaru atau terupdate. Presenter yang tidak submit revisi, maka artikelnya akan dianulir. Jadi kami mohon kepada Bapak Ibu presenter terutama untuk memperhatikan informasi yang telah kami berikan. Yang berikutnya untuk closing ceremony akan dilakukan di setiap room. Jadi setelah Bapak Ibu mengikuti parallel session, sekaligus akan dilakukan closing ceremony oleh panitia yang bertugas. Bapak Ibu tidak perlu hadir kembali di sini. And we would like to say, enjoy the parallel session for International Conference on Education 2024. Thank you very much for joining us. I think that's all. See ya.